Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Everything should be up and running. How's everyone doing? Hey, Elemental. Hey, Mossberg. Schnacks. Good morning. Hey, Damage. How's it going? Hope you guys are well. Happy weekend. Ooh, my audio is not coming through, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Game audio. There we go. Man. Welcome back. So the last time we were live was the very last stream of Tenfest, where we kicked it on over to Skinny Cheeks at the end. I can't believe we finally did it. Joyfully Ordinary, hello! And Raves Lord, g'day my lord, and chat. G'day yourself. Guns N' Raiders. Hello. It's so good to have you guys back. It's been hella boring. It's also been 2 days. Not... literally not much more than 2 days. When did we finish? Late on Wednesday, and here I am early on Saturday. But yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, so today, I'm... basically, Maya and I are still wrecked. Maya especially, we went out to celebrate with my parents. They wanted to do something in the middle of Tenfest. My dad has had a birthday recently, so we wanted to do that, and they were all about, oh yeah, this date, and said, no, we have this thing. They don't understand what it is. But, you know, we explained, we have this thing, we cannot go out and do anything with anyone until this online event is over. So we arranged it for a couple of days after. Of course, Maya and my dad both had something dodgy, so now both of them are feeling very, very unwell. Seems like a food poisoning type situation, but not a particularly scary one so far. Anyway, so that's that. But yeah, we're all very much in recovery mode. And happy belated birthday then. Well, to my dad, yeah. Mackie Phoenix, hello! How are you today? Or tomorrow? No, it's today. Yeah, don't expect anything of me today, basically. I will hang around and tell stupid jokes and just have a giggle with you guys. And I'll try to catch up on writs and surveys and dailies and all that stuff. Also going to be doing some PvP later. I haven't had a chance to get into Vengeance at all. We've got like 3 days left, so that's dumb. G'day, my lady Mackie. Guns N' Raiders, feel you on that one. 1 day's near full sleep is what I got. I have still not had a proper sleep. Like a proper, unbroken 8 hours. Haven't managed it. And hello, everyone. Welcome on in. It was worth it, though. That was so much fun. And most of the work, like the difficult work, most of the hassle was done in advance. So it wasn't like it was an unpleasant sort of scramble during the Tenfest event itself. Thanks, Red Winters. Appreciate that. That's a nice little injection of energy right there. But yeah, thank you everyone once again for being part of it, showing up. Whether you dipped in and out or whether you like Guns N' Raiders were riding that train super hard. Sticking your head out the window, letting your hair blow in the wind and waving your arms around until it was time to go into a tunnel and then, you know. avoiding horrific outcomes and keep your limbs inside the vehicle. Anyway, can I stretch that metaphor any further? That Mario fart is so funny. I can't remember why we came across that. It is, What am I looking for? I thought there was a... I'm looking in the wrong place. See? My mind is still not quite recovered. I can't remember what we were looking for. I think it was for my user experience, like UX video on different classes and stuff like that. I was looking for a little classic video game sound, and I think we got the sound of the coin being picked up by Super Mario, brim brim, like that. And in finding it, I was like, Super Mario fart. What is that? Sounds intriguing. I'll tell you what, this is a treasure map, isn't it? And my muscle memory autopilot is just kicking in. I'm going right past it. A proper sleep, what is that? Yeah, feel you. And it was an incredible event. Yeah, thank you for saying so. I really, really enjoyed it. So, like, that's the thing that people often say. You know, make something that you would enjoy as a viewer, consumer, whatever. You know, bands often talk about that. Hey, man, we make the music we want. And, yeah, sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. But I guess that's pretty much what we wanted to do. Like, what is a continuously awesome hang with entertaining and also thoughtful streamers who are able to put these 10 years in context and all of that. And we really got that. Even on day one. Mackie, your stream, you finished with such a touching tribute to the game and the community. It was like, holy crap. We've gone from 0 to 10 almost immediately. Absolutely. 20Fest next? Let's not wait that long. I'll tell you what we'd love to do is to justify something like this every year. Because that would be cool. It probably wouldn't be 10 days, because let's face it, that was pretty long. Maybe have a raid train which is longer but less intense, or something which is shorter and more intense. I think I would favor the latter, because then we could really get Zos to try and really like big it up in advance, make sure it coincides with, because this didn't really coincide with anything except a ton of maintenance and the beginning of Vengeance. But I will say it's almost certainly going to be a lot harder to organize anything like this in future because of what Microsoft have just done. They have just gutted Bethesda UK's community department, as far as I can tell. Of course, I don't know the details. We'll see in due time, but two of our favorite people who we've been interacting with there and who've been getting stuff done are going to be gone as a result of all those layoffs. And frankly, without Ophelia, Tenfest wouldn't have happened. I don't think. Certainly not in the way that we enjoyed it. So who knows if it's even going to be possible. I will say that. And Microsoft, whoever made those decisions, of course they have no idea. How could they have any idea about things like this? But that doesn't mean it sucks any less. Also, while we're on the subject, thank you so much for the follow, Mephiu. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Mackie has to do the fart one, yeah? And yeah, it did feel right. Absolutely. Just while we're on the subject, let's not dwell on that too much, because it is pretty sad. Honestly, our first day after Tenfest, Maya and I had set aside some time, some party time, assuming we had the energy, and we did. We had enough energy left to do that, but Maya said to me, like halfway through the afternoon, I just can't celebrate. You know, we'd opened a bottle of bubbly, and she was like, I can't really get there, because Maya's quite an empathetic person compared to me. I don't think I'm lacking in that department, but she's like, she really feels it when, you know, she hears an abstract piece of bad news or something which is sort of indirectly connected to you. And yeah, she really struggled to just kick back and enjoy because it was so fucking sad and so frustrating. Oh, Raveslord looking at Mackie's clip channel. It's a tad empty. It got purged due to some stuff. Oh no. Joyfully Ordinary. Honestly though, the best part of Tenfest for me was the community streams. The dev stuff was awesome, but the streamers really made it. I agree. Like the dev interviews were incredible. What a privilege. And you know, we definitely got to hear some stuff that, you know, the players would probably have never got to hear on such a in that particular type of context otherwise. But yeah, the really touching stuff is definitely across you know, streamers talking to chat and sharing their moments. And I'm sorry, I know a lot of you missed it, especially if you're up at this hour. Chances are you were not up when Pain was doing this, but Pain in the Axe's rave, that was something special. Whoa, that was a frame rate drop. Guess Master Merchant just decided to do something. But yeah, while we're on the subject, I did read a bit more about, we still don't know which MMO ZeniMax Online Studios were working on. They've been working on it for about 7 years. We know that it was a shooter. And it sounds like it might have been a little bit like Dune Awakening. There was a lot of verticality, a lot of innovative traversal of levels and interesting movement and stuff like that. May have been a Starfield MMO, who the hell knows. But apparently Phil Spencer got to play it a while ago, and they literally had to they had to wrest the controller out of his hands because he was going to be late for another meeting because he was loving the demos so much, what they put together. Just imagine that's your baby. That's the thing. You're Matt Firor, or you're one of Matt Firor's artists, animators, whatever, and you've been put onto this for the last 5 years or whatever. And you get that reaction from the head of Xbox. And then a year later, it's apparently not happening anymore. It's got to be weird. So, yeah, well, I don't want to dwell on any sort of sad or negative or angry stuff. We're all pissed off. Not just with Microsoft, but with any large corporation or publisher that is making these decisions which seem so arbitrary. I'm sure they are not completely arbitrary, because that is just not how any business operates. Restructuring is a very common thing. If once you get over a certain size, but because of what they're dealing with, the lack of sensitivity, the lack of communication and transparency, that is something which players really crave. And I think a lot of players are now thinking of ways they can punish Xbox and Microsoft in the future. And the truth is, we probably can't. There's no way for us to do that except not buying other games from studios that we do want to support. So yeah, it's tough. It's a tough one. Yeah, Aaron, rumors that it would be Starfield. I don't know if they were rumors so much as just like what else could it be? Because it was supposed to be a Bethesda IP, which basically, let's face it, means Elder Scrolls, Fallout, or Starfield these days. But yeah, it's just speculation. Thank you for following. Lights or Lajds84. Oh, look at that automated download Starfleet Star Trek Fleet Command. That is a game that Maya and I are going to be testing. I don't think it's even out yet. It's in like pre-release. MMO seems like the best genre for Starfield. Yeah, a lot of people made that comment. And LeBro, hey man, how's it going? Guns N' Raiders, 7 years, bad work is still work. I could understand why we would be annoyed and stepping down. Sucks totally. So I think Yisu does not become a more cash cow game. That is the thing. If you're a bean counter, and I know that's a bit pejorative, whatever, accountants are needed, finance directors are absolutely required, operations and stuff like that. You know, I worked for a management consultancy years ago, so I feel like I have at least a basic handle on why different departments are important, and it's dumb to single anything out as being stupid or bad. But there are definitely villains in the mix, and you know, the finance director who says no to the IT upgrade, which would be a huge boost to productivity, is like the classic one, right? Because they just cannot see the boost. It takes like a software engineer or an HR person to be able to see that, and then they have to convince the bean counters to do it. One thing that I am tired of, though, because as a management consultant, I had to deal with a lot of HR people, and so many of them were utterly useless. Very, very annoying. They weren't given any authority. They weren't. They you know, the company hadn't looked for anyone who was particularly capable when filling the job, and this just led to like an entrenched stereotype of HR as being a little bit stupid, a little bit pointless. Marketing is another one. Especially in professional services like the law or accountancy or insurance, something like that. You'd often get marketing treated as though, oh, we'll just hire a secretary and give him a box of crayons. And, you know, the guys in the suits down the hallway don't take it seriously. Like, absolute idiots. It's such an important part of the business. And I bet that community management in gaming probably suffers from the same thing now and again, doesn't it? It has to. That it is hard for people further up the ladder to really see the value, because it's not right there in front of them. For us, it's right there in front of us. Especially if you have enjoyed a community event like Tenfest and you realize, even if you don't know the intricacies, it's very obvious that the number of times we kept thanking Gina and Ophelia for helping us put this thing together. We're not blowing smoke. Like, clearly this happened because of Bethesda's and Zos's community folks. And I always lament that, because it's a thing. It used to be an annoyance in my old line of work, and I detect a lot of overlap with this kind of stuff, you know? Anyway, rant over. we can talk about anything else. And good morning, LeBro. Hello again. I hope you guys are all doing well. What have you all been up to the last couple of days? So, Maya and I have literally just been recuperating, attempting to sleep, attempting to party a little bit. Like I said, we went out and saw my folks, had a nice hang, but my dad and Maya both got sick. I think my mum already contacted the restaurant. Well, look here. My husband and my daughter-in-law Guns N' Raiders. I got my degree in 3D animation. Ah, interesting. And environmental art. I know a good gist of what backbones are within the company's pipeline process. Still a totally unexpected cut to members of the team. In similar news, I've seen Neil Druckmann decided to step down from The Last of Us HBO series. The dude got what he wanted and he is gone. Lol. I haven't caught up with The Last of Us, I have to admit. Like The Walking Dead, The Last of Us, sometimes these things just look too big, and you're like, I cannot afford to get sucked into that. The same with The Boys and well, just anything to do with superheroes. Really, it's like I'm not going to keep up with that. My interest in superheroes is so small that I better just avoid it. But I gather I've missed out on some pretty cool stuff as a result of that. Erin, sales and marketing are brutal. They absolutely can be. I worked on that for a bit at the start of my career. You'll be doing everything by the book and everything right, but still things go wrong for you, and targets are the boogeyman you can't outrun. Yeah, targets that are fucking arbitrary sometimes as well, right? When I was in business development at this consultancy, that's how I started. Actually, I started as an analyst, but I moved into new business which makes no sense, right? Just because you're good at research and you're good at managing a project, what the hell suggests that the next logical move up is into sales? Like, it's bonkers. But there was no way to get from analyst to project manager without going through business development first, sales, basically. And there is some logic to it, but it's another example of like, and this is not a big company. This is a mid-sized consultancy which had made a ton of money in the past and was struggling to adjust to the idea that it would have to be lower profitability going forward. And I remember I was the only sales guy that survived a particular purge. And rather than thinking, well, maybe our targets are too steep and unattainable, because we were still making money, we were still getting projects in, and beating out some of our much larger rivals and stuff like that, they were just like, well, we expected this many hundreds of thousands of revenue from you in the last year, and it's not there. I mean, ultimately, if you set a goal, it's going to be arbitrary eventually, isn't it? There's going to be an element of that, but yeah. First game was amazing. Second Met TV series just needs a bullet. Okay. Well, there we go. Now I'm sometimes I'm quite a grumpy guy. Often when a new thing comes along, I look at it and think that's going to be shit, and everyone else goes crazy for it. And then years later, I catch up with one of my friends. And what's it like? And say, oh, it's rubbish. It's taking a dive. Lost was like that. I remember when that came out, and I was surrounded by teenage girls who were like, ooh, so interesting, so cool. I saw one episode and was like, no. That looks like a load of honk. And I'm not gonna lie, I was incredibly satisfied years later when the show ended and everyone was angry that they'd wasted all their time watching it when it ultimately had nothing to say. And apologies if there are like massive Lost fans out there. I'm just going off of what like 8 or 9 of my friends have told me. One in particular who was furious. That's very funny. See, I love The Boys because it's anti-hero. Yeah, that's why I think I would like it. The only problem I have with that is that as soon as superhero movies came along, I think with the exception of Tim Burton's Batman from like 1990, I craved anti-heroes immediately because it's like, superheroes are not interesting. No. I don't care how much of a dark side. I don't care how angry you make Spider-Man that his puppy got killed or his grandma got slapped. That is not interesting. It's still a completely, like, the whole concept of it is so hard separated from the human experience that it just holds no interest for me. So I craved the anti-hero thing from the start, and by the time The Boys came around, and everyone's going, oh my god, it's so clever. I was like, no, it's not. It's obvious. But I do think I'm going to watch it, because, again, I hear nothing but good things about that show. Is that right? Am I in the right ballpark, guys? Like, I'm probably going to watch it either way. But it sounds like it's for me. Also, it's got Jack Quaid in it, right? He's great.
I'll be scraping you off my boots when I'm done with you.
But from what I understand, like, one of the themes is nobody should be trusted with power. I adore it. It's so dark and so funny. Yeah. So if something can have those themes and still be funny, Like I said, I mentioned The Boys as an example of me probably missing out on something. Another thing I skipped was Game of Thrones. And for years I felt like I'm probably missing out on this, and I'm almost certainly gonna go back and watch it. But by the time it finished, again, almost everyone I asked said, nah, don't bother. Turns out it was never that good. I was really surprised because you never heard a bad word about it when it was on. But then when it was over, maybe it's because the ending pissed so many people off. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Game of Thrones was good in the first few seasons, then it went a bit poo. Yeah, see, like I said. So that happens with so many things, though. And I think because I decided to give the X-Files a real go of it when I was... That came out when I was super young. And I missed most of the first few seasons. Because I wasn't really old enough to pay much attention to like keeping up with the TV show, anything like that. But I had a friend who was super into it growing up. She loved Star Trek and X-Files and anything sci-fi. She was all over it. And I remember giving it a real go with the X-Files and sort of getting into it. Because when they had their Monster of the Week episodes, there were things at the time which I didn't realize how amazing it was. The whole production was kind of revolutionary in a lot of ways. The fact that they shot almost everything on location rather than on set, which was mind-blowing at the time. Like, not that many shows, certainly not sci-fi, would do that. And yada yada, there are loads of things about it which were actually really clever and kind of groundbreaking. But I loved those episodes where they had a Monster of the Week. They weren't called that, but that, you know, that's the deal. This week, we're going to deal with that. And it's going to be a bottle episode where by the end of it, it's all kind of resolved. And maybe there's a bit more character development and so on. But ultimately, it's a one and done. And maybe we'll revisit that particular monster later if the Nielsen rating is super high. But then they kept peppering in these UFO conspiracy episodes. And the longer they went on, the more and more ridiculous they got. And I mean that completely. It was hard not to laugh at the twists. And no way, man. Like, I just checked out of that. And I've seen Maya, who loves the X-Files, she's rewatched it now. Now that you can just get it on a streaming service and binge watch the entire thing. Every single time there's anything to do with UFOs or the conspiracy storyline, she's like, skip! And it means you skip like a third of the show. But it's a bit like doing the Hatchet review, what's it called? The Hatchet order in Star Wars movies. It makes the experience so much better. So I think maybe that experience had taught me to be wary of something like Lost, which teased a grand mystery. I said there's almost no way they know what the mystery is in season 1. They're just teasing it out. And they don't know where we're going any more than we do. And sometimes that can work beautifully. Tolkien famously wrote The Lord of the Rings with absolutely no idea of what was happening next. He wrote many times he felt that he was discovering the story as he went. Which is wild when you think about it, because it is so beloved and so strong. But it's also perhaps one of the reasons it's a little bit harder to follow. Things aren't signposted. Things happen somewhat chaotically. Characters that are in the story don't really understand what's going on. Yeah. And Mackie, people were raging on the last one. Guns N' Raiders. I was gutted with that one. I watched each season besides the last, and the last series got ruined due to social media. It really did go to hot garbage. Oh no. And hey there, Ghost. Morning. TV shows start with amazing concept and grow lamer and lamer as more seasons come out. I think it's indicative of how difficult it must be to keep the studio happy, to keep the writers interested. You know, the best writers are likely getting some interest from other projects, right? If there's a really amazing first season and you're one of the lead writers, chances are your phone is going to ring. So, do you stay? And once the studio, like Netflix and the Witcher series, famously, for example, once they realize, holy shit, we've got a hit on our hands. Let's get involved. Let's give them more money and more oversight. It's like, no, just give them more money, if that. Definitely don't get involved. But it always happens, and we don't know the details of what happened there, but I think it's fairly obvious. We can sort of put two and two together as to why Cavill eventually left the project. He's like, this is just not what I signed up for anymore. Different show. And when things start getting orchestrated for internet virality, that's got to be just... You just got to get a real sinking feeling about a project you've put a lot of work into, if you get the sense that that's what they're doing. Maya loves telling the story of my best friend, and how at his wedding, it was a wonderful event, a wonderful occasion. I loved it. It's a treasured memory, but oh my goodness, they really orchestrated and choreographed the living crap out of their wedding to the point where it really felt very fake at several key moments, which is like, that is an unforced error. It's the last thing you want to be, you know, fake or disingenuous is a day like that, right? And but that was one day only, and it didn't bother me. If you're passionate about a project which you're going to be attached to over years, if it feels like it's being choreographed just for the internet in the same way, that's gotta suck. Last season felt tired. Or before that really kept me enthralled. Writers can only keep something fresh for so long. I have to give some super hype love to the show, The Foundation. Okay, I have a couple of friends who've said that. That's the that's an Apple TV one, right? Am I getting that wrong? And lurking Mackie, no worries. Supply run IRL, I like it. The Foundation and Three Body Problem, also amazing for me, Elemental. Thanks for the tip. Stories are supposed to end. In these never-ending stories, more and more people will see through the facade that the stakes mean nothing and grow out of it. Yeah, the strange thing with The Witcher is, I've read all the books. Most of them I've read twice. I think the very newest ones I've only read once. I think the story, it's a little bit comparable to Tolkien in some ways, in that the story of the Witcher books does not have that much of an arc. Of course, he spends most of the time looking for Ciri. Ciri's a real pain in the ass, and he's got to go find her. But apart from that, and the inevitability that they will eventually find one another again, there isn't... You don't have, like, these beats in your mind, these box-ticking moments, the bullet points that you're waiting for the narrative to hit. It really unfolds a little bit like Tolkien in The Lord of the Rings. It's like, this is wartime, this is chaos, and anything could happen at any moment, and often does. And I love that, and I think that would have made it... They kind of had a home run set up for themselves with that show. In a lot of ways. I'm not going to pretend I understand how difficult it is getting a good book to be a good TV show. That obviously does not happen on its own. And the way that Sapkowski does his storytelling is a little bit weird. So a lot of work for the writers to do. What the author tends to do, this is Andrzej Sapkowski. Apologies to any Poles who realize how much I've just butchered that pronunciation. He will sink himself and the reader into a very, very, very specific moment. So you'll learn about Geralt and his companions and what they've been up to without meeting them for an entire chapter. There'll be a report from some spy delivering it to their spy master, and he will just spend, I don't know, 20 pages on dialogue, incredibly dense political, period-accurate dialogue between these two professionals and the way that they talk to one another and interpret the world around them. And that can be really, really weird. It's like, I want to hear Geralt's story. Why am I stuck with these two idiots who I don't like or understand? But the world building that comes out of that is incredible. And after a while, it starts to make sense. But to put that on the screen, that's got to be super difficult. The only thing that... The main regret I have with that show, and maybe they'll resurrect it. I'm looking forward to seeing Liam Hemsworth. That guy's great as The Witcher. So I'll definitely give it another chance. But I thought the hardest thing to do was to get that show off the ground. Because the beginning, the setup, is all a bunch of short stories. And yet they're great, but translating that into a coherent narrative over several episodes, I thought that was an amazing magic trick Lauren Hissrich did with that first season. A lot of what made it good for me was the sheer unlikelihood of it being good in the first, like, you know, that it would be coherent and that it would make any sense. Even the books don't often make a ton of sense. You have to sort of think about it and go to the Witcher wiki or whatever. And they really nailed it. I thought that was incredible. So my hopes were high with season 2. Well, now we're just going into straight up narrative. This is easy compared to what they've just done. And no, they just completely wet the bed, I thought. It was... Nothing felt important or earned or weighty. Very strange. No, Mr. Mammoth, I'm not interested. Although, I still need the monster trophy from Mammoth, so... I swear to God, I'm gonna have every trial trifecta in the game, Emperor, all of that stuff I haven't bothered to do yet. And I still won't have whatever it is. Ah, monster trophies. There's, is it monster trophies? Yeah. Huge mammoth's tooth. Anyone else struggling with these? Like, if I could see the dates on all of these, this is like... These were all earned like 7 years ago or something. But yeah, it's wild. I've been playing for so long. And that these are just... The drop rate is so low. Ah! Raycore3, thanks very much for the follow. Welcome on in. We are having a bit of a chill day today. I'm trying to catch up on some admin. We're talking about stuff that gets cancelled, stuff that should have got cancelled, in our humble opinion. What do we know? We're just nerds. We only know everything. No, we're just kind of shooting the breeze on that one. I'm attempting to catch up a little bit. I'll do some writs. I want to do some PvP, some vengeance, and yeah, if you guys want to talk about literally anything, fire away in chat. If you just want to tell me how you've been, if you've got questions about a role-playing build or a min-maxi build for update 46, go for it. They shouldn't have cancelled the tutorial quest in Vengeance. New tunes be suffering. And Conjured Samurai. And what exactly does a ninja pull? Old-fashioned flush, perhaps? Did you see... I know you're just jesting. But did you see our little dramatization of a dungeon group going to Lepsiclusa for the first time? So this is a very fun little project Maya's been working on for months, ages. And she got 3 voice actors from Wes Johnson's voice acting class to help her out for free. They agreed to do it just to get their name on something. And yeah, we put together this video of a dungeon group getting into trouble, shall we say, in Lepsiclusa. And yeah, we played it a couple of times during Tenfest. And yeah, one of the gag moments in there is when the sorcerer says, "We need strategies, not ninja pulls." And then the tank is like, "Ninja pulls? What's ninja pulls?" And then they explain what it is. And he's like, yeah, explaining it as though this is a really stupid idea. You don't want to be pulled into combat before everything's ready. It's total chaos. And then the 3 others just go, sounds fun. Of course, some of it the PTS streaks, but nothing post that. Streams. All right. Okay. Well, it's on YouTube. The thumbnail says something like "so true." So if you go to our Ninja Pulls YouTube, I recommend it. Obviously, I had a hand in making it, so it's hard for me to be like, "Oh, it's amazing, go check it out." But I didn't write it. I did a little bit of voiceover. There's a narrator being a sarcastic dickhead. That's me, appropriately. But the four main voiceovers weren't me, so all I did was edit the thing, and it was an absolute joy to put together. I found it very, very funny. I was laughing out loud just doing it. Because a lot of humor doesn't crystallize until the edit, I feel like. So it's really rewarding when you get to do that. Something which has punch or humor. But I thought Maya and the others did a really awesome job. So definitely check that out at some point. Loads of people have asked us to turn it into a series, like a web series. I think we'd love that idea, but it was such a huge amount of time to put it together. We'd have to think hard about that. Two of the voiceover actors are also like, yes, a long-running series. You know, they're thinking, what a great showcase for my talents, and quite rightly so. But yeah, we haven't landed on anything with that yet. We'll have to think about it. Abyss Watcher, welcome on in. I'll take a gander. Thanks, man. Conjured Samurai, if you still do your world news segments, Oxford added 12 Australian puns to the dictionary this year. You may enjoy it. Funnily enough, Maya wants to resurrect those. They sort of fell by the wayside when I started taking over the streaming, because yeah, I hadn't streamed before, and it's harder than it looks, basically. You know, to keep track of all those little alerts and yeah, and just have everything set up so that you can... Also, I don't have a second display. I'm weird. For the longest time, I've just gamed on one 4K 55-inch display. And honestly, before I started streaming, I never really wanted a second display, because this is amazing. First-person shooters are a little bit scary when the display is that big, but everything else, oh my god, like ESO, or a strategy game, you know, like an RTS, or anything third person, looks and feels fan-fucking-tastic when you've got a display this big. Size isn't everything, I hear you say. Of course not. But that makes it, it's a huge, like, downgrade for me when it comes to actually trying to stream something effectively. Cozy Pete's. Was a pretty silly oversight. So what you're saying is players who haven't done Zero before are just kind of thrown into it. That is interesting. I hadn't thought about that. But yeah, I mean the objective here is to get rid of as many systems as possible and reintroduce them one by one. So I guess the tutorial system is one of the things they switched off. You know, quests and what have you. Yeah, basically. Well, I like Vengeance. I think it makes a lot more... makes it a lot more accessible and would be great to introduce new people to Zero. I agree. I agree. I think there is some misunderstanding still, which is fair enough because it's quite an unusual thing for a game to do. But some people, surprisingly, on the more experienced end of things, like the hardcore PvPers, they are really bummed about Vengeance because it is such a dumbed down version of what they want to play. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine for them to criticize it and say, no, please don't make this the norm. But what surprises me is how many of them seem to think that it's what ZOS are aiming for. Like, of course, we don't know what the final result will be, but ZOS have literally told us on about 10 occasions, we do not want Cyrodiil Vengeance version 1 or version 2, which we get. These are not our goal for PvP. These are just the very first baby steps in establishing, does this work? Can we eliminate, or at least reduce, performance issues to the point where Cyrodiil is the way we want it. And then, provided the answer is yes, which so far it has been, as I understand it, the goal is to reintroduce as much complexity, as much build variety, as many of those moving parts as possible without ruining the without sacrificing the performance gains which they have achieved. That makes sense to me. It's just a very unusual thing to have in a game which is currently live. But desperate times call for desperate measures. And yeah, Brian Wheeler, he was on here talking to us saying, I've been working on this for years, making this happen. And there were just some other testing opportunities that we kind of had to go through first. And once those were sort of eliminated, this was apparently what he always wanted to do. So the idea that we will do whatever it takes to get performance where we need it to be, it's pretty hard to argue with from a player standpoint. But so yeah, I'm basically in agreement with you, Pete, 100%. It is it's also good for someone like me, and this is a skill issue basically. That I don't have time, or I don't make time to make sure all my PvP setups are kept up to date from patch to patch. So often I'll bring something which is fine, but it's not great, and I can't close the kill if I get someone down to 30%. I lack the damage to finish them off. Or, I'm running a set which has been nerfed a little bit since then, or the meta has shifted in a way which makes what I'm running not make as much sense. So I'm constantly having that experience in Cyrodiil, and the fact that I'm not an ace PvPer in the first place, I don't have the muscle memory down the way I do in PvE, or the way that my buddies do on the PvP side. So I have that double disadvantage, and in Vengeance, one of those disadvantages is kind of removed. I don't have to worry about my build because, well, we're all on the same page. But that's, of course, that's kind of a selfish concern, and it's not really an argument that they should keep it this way. But yeah, I'm just agreeing with what you're saying. The super simplified version is kind of great if you've been daunted by Cyrodiil before. This strips it back and makes it a lot easier to follow. Maybe that's another reason they felt okay with the tutorial not being there. Gunjet Samurai was disabled last Vengeance too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you can't do quests, they can't do the tutorial. I mean, the tutorial, honestly, it didn't really teach you anything except Siege. I've done it plenty of times because it's a very good idea to do it on a new character. As soon as that character hits level 10, go and do the Cyrodiil tutorial, because you get to rank 3.5, and that means you can unlock continuous attack, which I still had taken out. God damn it, because of Tenfest's Trek. Okay, I now have my movement bonuses back. So I thought my steed felt a little slow. Nah, it's a bit better. The difference isn't as great as it used to be. But still, I would say it's worth going to do the Cyrodiil tutorial very early. So yeah, I did that on all 20 characters. So I've done it enough times to remember how relatively valuable or valueless it is to a new player. But it's also hard to judge, I guess. Dexter Bot, hello there. Sorry for the late response. Hope they introduce it as a campaign option, except with questing turned back on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think you could probably say this for a lot of features of Cyrodiil. If questing, for instance, turned out to be one of the big things that was holding back performance, I expect they would keep it turned off. Or they would at least be willing to figure out a way to do it. But yeah, I would be surprised if that ever happened. Camus! Hello. And it's been a lot of fun running into these giant battles with people everywhere so chaotic. And they need to make a system that introduces everything better to newer players. No argument from me. maybe I would quibble with the use of the word need and replace it with should. But yeah, that's a really tiny thing, and that's me looking at tutorials throughout the game. Like I'd love to say they need to make a weaving tutorial or whatever, but the fact is they probably don't need to. It's just if new players were introduced to weaving by the game and not by YouTube, there might be less of this nonsense that, oh, weaving is a bug, it was never intended, the devs just like, they dropped the ball and then left it in the game, and that's not what happened at all. I've spoken to the producer about this, and Rich Lambert and many others have gone on the record. In fact, it's on YouTube in year one. The game was like 6 months old. Thanks to Nefas, actually, for hipping me to this, because I'd missed it completely. But they did a round table. They invited guild leaders from around the world to the offices in Maryland, and that includes like some British people. You can hear there's a French guy in there as well, and they literally just discuss the game and how to make it better. And weaving is talked about a lot. It's obviously not something that the devs had sneak up on them. It's a thing that they designed to be an optional gameplay mechanic. So it's, yeah, the proof has been there from the start. But because of the relative lack of tutorials and clarity in the early game, so many players get the sense of, and I find the psychology of this really fascinating, right? The way that a game teaches you how to play it, not just through tutorials, but by rewarding certain actions and approaches, right? Like, we've all done that. Like, we've all seen a stealth option in some sort of immersive sim, and it hasn't worked, so we whip our gun out and blast everything instead. And the next time there's a stealth option, we just skip it, because it worked fine without last time. It's that kind of thing. That's not a tutorial moment, that's just the player interacting with the game and sort of taking certain things away from that interaction. And ESO does this constantly. And in the early game, let's face it, you do not have to try to do anything. You don't even have to use skills. You can just light attack or heavy attack everything to death, and it feels a lot more like Skyrim and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is an interesting question. But yeah, to make Cyrodiil, to update that tutorial would be no bad thing. Agree with that. Cozy Beats chat told me to go as soon as I hit level 10 for the mount speed. When I went into Cyrodiil for the first time, I was still confused and scared. The nice thing about the tutorial is that it doesn't throw you into any actual PvP. I do think that is a very smart thing to do. And Elemental Weaving has been part of combat for so many games. Couldn't imagine thinking it was not intended. I think it's quite... It might even be a majority view. I have no way of knowing this for sure. But, you know, Ninja Pulls has been a PvE teaching guild for many, many years now. We're going to be 5 years old soon, I think, which is crazy to think about. No. It's like 4.5, so it's not that soon. But yeah, it's over 4 years old. And before that, Maya and I were running the same kind of operation, but at an even more casual level. So we would get a lot more brand new players, or players who were not interested in DPS or any of that stuff. And it was incredible how many people thought weaving was cheating, or weaving was a bug. We'd get people straight up in chat, on the Discord, writing, when are they going to patch weaving out of the game? Because they thought it was an exploit. It's like this nonsense about PvPers using macros. Like, of course you can use macros in PvP, but it's not going to make you good. It's going to make you suck. Like, no one who understands PvP at all would argue that using macro binds is like an effective way to cheat your way through combat in PvP. But it is such a widespread complaint. And because it exists as an excuse, when people die, they think that cheating in Zero is the problem, rather than that they've missed something, or that they need to update their build, or whatever. And again, the game, in an ideal world, should point you to these conclusions. But because it's such a complex game, it struggles to do that. And Geldis, hey, have a good stream! Did you see my ASO logs data pass with Skillline's statistic pick rate? I didn't, actually. Is this on YouTube? And Kamal saying, now everything is vague. Yeah. People think people are cheating. People go research and find inaccurate guides and information. So in my opinion, games should and need and must and has to improve the new player experience and make a progression in personal skill level that makes sense instead of going for easy as fuck. I like Overland Vengeance, etc. And then when something harder happens, people get discouraged. I 100% agree with that. I guess I'm thinking from Zos's perspective, do we need to do this? And I'm with you. I think they absolutely should. I think they should have done years ago. I think getting it right is very tricky. But it would add a huge amount of value to new players coming in, and by extension to the community. But maybe it's a little bit like saying the UK drives on the wrong side of the road relative to almost everywhere in the world. Like, fix it already. The longer you leave it, the harder it is to change. So maybe it's one of those, and they're just like, we're not going to do it now, man. We waited too long. Let's just leave it. But that obviously doesn't negate any of what you've said. I think theme park and game can coexist without having to hurt each other. Putting vengeance in Zero is not that. Macros for PvP, lol. Yeah, but Elements, it's so true. Like, every hate whisper you see, not every, but so many of them involve accusations of macro cheating. Loads of forum stuff. I've seen so many forums posts about this, of people using macros in Zero. You'll even see, oh, we got a couple of reds down here at Farragut using macros, lol, because it's a good group. And, you know, so there are 6 yellows getting wrecked by 2 reds, and their immediate reaction, because they think cheating is a problem in Zero, is what they must be cheating. Otherwise, there's no way they'd beat me and my crew. No, if they're just better than you, or better prepared, or are better communicating, or whatever, or they just have a strategy, you know, like a mini 2-man ball group approach. I've seen that happen. And while it is no fun to fight those people, it's just boring, you know, so you just walk away. No disrespect to the approach, like, it's kind of how we all approach PvE, right? Min-max. And think of the encounters you're going up against and how to make yourself over-prepared almost for that, so you can not only win, but win, like, dramatically. There's a lot of fun in doing that, and I don't begrudge anyone who does the same for PvP. I kind of respect it. Don't like the ball group approach because, yeah, it kind of kills the whole vibe. And the people who do it, they understand this, but they do it anyway. But ultimately, you can blame the players for doing it, for taking the easy road. But ultimately, again, that is a problem with the game. It's something which the game needs to not incentivize. I think that's ultimately the way to avoid this stuff. And macro is really that powerful in PvP? Well, no, exactly. Kamal, oh, we did a scientific experiment with a PvPer that gets accused of cheating and macroing on a daily to show he does everything manually. Yeah, of course they do. Like, even in PvE, which is way more predictable and has more of a flow than PvP, you don't get, you know, the encounter doesn't get reset so many times in PvE. You know, the bosses don't move so much as a player does. They won't suddenly heal back to full. They won't suddenly ult and go on the offensive. So you don't have to... You don't have to change your tactics on the fly in PvE as much. I'm not saying it's it's boring or easy. I don't like it when PvPers say that. It just makes me think they haven't played any actual trials, or they would understand that that's wrong. But yeah, there is an element to that, right? Fighting a human opponent, very, 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 very different. So and you can't even get away with macros in PvE, not really. If you know the fight is going to be super duper duper fixed, then sure, you could set up a very simple rotation with a couple of dots and spams, and have a macro that does the static rotation for you. You could do it, but I don't know anyone who's ever done that and got any degree of success out of it. A friend of mine and I tried it once. We tried coming up with a completely static necro rotation. This is way back when necro rotation was kind of difficult, and a lot of people were really struggling with it. And we wanted to see if it was macro, but there was just no point. The ability to ult when you want is vastly more valuable than being able to take your hands off the keyboard. So even in PvE, the idea that macros are useful in this game, I would pour cold water on that. And in PvP, it's 100 times less. And Cozy Pete's never played any games with proper combat before ESO. Oh, really? So I had no idea about light attack weaving. I don't think I'd come across weaving before this game either, to be fair, or anything like that, until I joined a raiding Discord and they helped me with my build, told me some add-ons like metronome. Makes sense. Macroing doesn't do anything helpful. It doesn't happen. People just get killed. Yeah. Ella, I've loved macros in some games like Warframe. Yeah, I think that's why, right? It's because it exists in other games and is fine. So I'm no stranger. I never felt the need for ESO. Exactly. Because you understand it. Gelders again, just pictures that I posted in Discord servers. I'll send them to you. Check DMs. Thank you very much. Looks like some interesting stuff. In fact, I'm going to open up Discord over here. And Ella, I knew there were many reasons why I followed you. By the way, when is patching driving on the wrong side of the road? Yeah. And we're not. I say we. They're not. I've never heard anyone British talk about it, I don't think. But it's a thing that a lot of people say when they come over here. It's like, I don't know, someone from Denmark, they drive regularly in Germany, France, Switzerland. They go all over Europe and it's all fine. They come to the UK and suddenly they have to faff around with putting those stickers on your headlights so that they don't shine on the wrong side of the road, or a more modern car where you can just turn them, but then you have to put them back again afterwards. You have to deal with the weird thing of sitting on the outside of the road rather than in the middle, all of that stuff. It's a lot of like psychological adjustment. And inevitably the people going through it end up asking the inevitable question, why don't the English just get it together? Oh man, I can only imagine. I love it here. I love living here. There's a lot about the UK which is fantastic, and the British Isles generally. But the misplaced nostalgia for stupid things in this country, and I say this country because I'm talking about like England more than Scotland or Wales, I think. Or they do have a little bit of that too. Like the whole Brexit thing, people got really romantic about, oh, we're going to get blue passports again rather than these brown ones that everyone else has and is fine with. Like, seriously? Who cares about the colour of the passport? Make it neon pink for all I care. If it's of economic benefits, gimme. There's so much parochial weirdness in this country. And it is the source of a lot of charm as well. But I can imagine if there was a genuine attempt to, like, the huge... Oh, if they managed to get... go ahead, all the infrastructure and all the crazy work that would be involved in moving the side of the road on which people drive. And this is never going to happen. Don't worry, I'm not dumb enough to suggest this has actually happened. But if it did, there would just be a bunch of people arbitrarily arguing against it. Or like, oh no, we don't like the metric system. We'd rather use inches and pounds and stone and things that make no sense. people will just argue in favor of the status quo sometimes. Anyway. Kamal saying, if you want, I can send you a clip. If you play it in half speed, I guess, you can see how many damage instances there are. People say that's not humanly possible, even though it's literally knowing the game that makes it happen. Yeah, you're talking about a proc, a light attack, a dot tick, and a spam. And that's just at a very basic level. What if you also have a tick of burning, or sundered, or... Yeah. Yeah, if they played any fucking PvE, they would understand this as well, because they would have witnessed that conversation where the raid lead says to the tank, "All right, you shouldn't have died there. What killed you?" And they go through improved death recap or logs, and they see, you got 3 ticks of healing in that second and 8 ticks of damage, and one of them was unblocked or whatever, and you just got. But to the tank, all they saw was zip, health bar gone. Yeah. And sometimes it just works out that way. And it's not that the healers suck or they've, one of their hots ran out or anything like that. It just happens. And that would... There's no incoming damage which would be a threat, really, except the occasional heavy, if not for that overlapping dynamic of all the incoming damage like that. That's kind of what you're saying, right, Kamal? That this is a reality of how the game can work. And players who are very skilled are going to be better at lining those up reliably and get you bursted to the point where you're like, whoa, what the hell just happened to me? I just got absolutely clapped. And because it feels unfair, our brain goes to cheating. I guess that's what you're saying. And Chinchilla, hello there. The same basic new player guide doesn't tell you anything about that. Yeah, there's actually Kamal who taught me about weaving. Oh, fun. Since it's part of the game, it should be part of the new player tutorial, or at least tell them about it. Don't start about the metric system. Oh, no. I mentioned it playfully. I don't have particularly strong feelings either way, but I don't think a lot of the arguments deployed make much sense. It's a bit like when Brexit was happening over here. Maya and I, very, very predictably, as a Danish person and a Czech person living in the UK, we were obviously not in favour. And there was a racist element and an sort of an arbitrary xenophobic element to it. But there were also interesting economic arguments, right? And while I was never convinced by those, I would have been interested. I would have liked to hear more about this stuff. Economic liberalism and all of that stuff. I'm very unlikely to be won over, but let me hear it. We never got to hear any of it in the mainstream media because we were too caught up with talking about things like the size of bananas and the metric system and stupid nonsense like that nobody really cares about. It doesn't really affect us. It just provokes sort of a gut response, right? So politicians who are clever distract us with this manipulative rubbish, and the actually interesting and important stuff doesn't get talked about. But yeah, and I've had this conversation with people who were very, very pro-Brexit, and they basically agreed that, yeah, it would have been cool if the discussion had been a little more elevated, a little more relevant, but it just, yeah. Regardless of what you think about the outcome, I don't think anyone was happy with how the whole discourse went down. Anyway, and I agree with what Chinchilla is saying as well. I think we all can get with that. And Cozy Pete's, yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. I feel like there's a lot of things the game doesn't teach you. Dexter, while you're at it, tell them block, roll dodge, and interrupt exists too. Yeah, see, the game at least has tried to teach us block and interrupt. Don't think it teaches... Does it teach you to dodge at any point in the tutorial? There is the new one, which I now wish I could do on stream. I could if I logged to the NA server. Tell you what, should we do that, since we're on the subject? Feels like it's a smart thing to do. And Elemental, you just made my day with the use of the word parochial. You're a sucker for rarer vocabulary. And hello, Khan and Ted the boss. And Doggo and Ninja Pullers. Yeah, from Chinchilla. Hello, everyone. Right, let's log the fuck out. And go to the forbidden land of North America. See, I haven't been active on here as much, so I hope the game will tell me, hey, heroes return, come. And Chinchilla, since you asked, I don't know where Ted is. He's probably curled up in my bed. The dog is just behind me, snoozing in her basket. And Maya is in bed, also. Not very well. Okay, here we go. No! It's gone because I logged in and I didn't do it. Ah, shoot. That's a shame. Well, I could still do it. Where would I find it? It would be here, wouldn't it? Oh, that's a bummer. Let me just check that it isn't anywhere to be found here. I did do it on PTS, and I've got to say, I wasn't that impressed. I thought there was one thing about it which was very cool, actually. So it's a short quest, and then a system which works very much like Golden Pursuits. It basically gives you a bunch of stuff. Hey, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this. Go visit a stable master, go visit a guild trader, join a guild, check out Tales of Tribute. You know, all of these little things, it set that up beautifully and kind of incentivized you to just tick them off. But then the fact that it goes away. I never told it to go away, I just didn't do it. So maybe I just need to not log into the NA server for a few weeks and it'll come back. Oh well, never mind. It gives me a chance to chat up with catch up with chat. Aaron, you can have delayed damage abilities procced at the same time. Exactly, yeah. Yep. Also, desync can make you take more procs of damage. And again, players who know what they're doing, that's definitely been a thing that they've abused the weird desync that multiple snipes and light attacks can arrive at once kind of thing. So it feels like you get 3 almost instantaneous hits instead of just 1 or 2. Kimmel had 51 damage instances in less than 51 seconds. And then people think he cheats. Yeah, some of the Brexit arguments were so silly. There were silly arguments on both sides, I would say, but particularly, yeah, the Brexit side was... they trotted out some nonsense to fire up a particular type of person. I think that's it. It's not really a Brexit thing. I think it's just when politicians go for a particular type of bad faith. Okay, we've all got them. We've all got these guys who probably don't believe a word of what they say and will literally say anything if they just think it'll fire a particularly sort of like a defensive knee-jerk. You know, the idea that your land, your culture is under threat. That is hugely compelling. That's enough to fire anyone up. You know, your family is under threat. The place that you love. These people are not bad for feeling that way. They're absolutely right. They're just wrong to be convinced by some of these people. Because sometimes the threat is minimal, sometimes it's imaginary, and sometimes it's real. Yeah, real shame. But yeah, it's not particular to Brexit, is it, I guess? And you're in Australia, right, Pete? So I've seen I'm not hugely up to date with Aussie politics right now, but during COVID pandemic, I was reading The Economist magazine cover to cover every week. So I felt like I had my finger on the pulse a little bit more, and there was some interesting stuff going on in Australia around that time. Oh, come on, 21, not 51. See, that's not as hard to believe. If 51, I was ready to believe it. That's just quite extreme. They went over every individual damage instance and explained how it was possible. The art of scripts, yeah. Speaking of the devil, Chinchilla, that's what them catos do, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Find the comfiest spot to curl up on and snooze. Although Ted started doing... This may be him getting old, or it may just be something he's done forever and I haven't noticed it. But because of the heat... I told this story the other day. Because of the heat, especially at night, I'm rubbish at sleeping. It's one of the reasons I know that I'm deep down fundamentally an idiot. Because sleeping should be the easiest thing in the world. I can't do it. And by the way, I'm not calling anyone else an idiot if they're an insomniac. That's very mean. I should be careful. But I suck at sleeping, right? I can't even do that right. And when it gets very warm, everyone's sleep suffers. But I get that thing where I wake up regularly and sometimes for long periods of time. Like I'll be awake for 20 minutes, asleep for 40, that kind of stuff. And I do that thing where I stick one leg out from under the duvet to cool off a little bit, to regulate your body temperature. So maybe that's it, that I've had more exposed parts of the body for Ted to inflict damage on. But yeah, especially in the wee hours from like 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., depending on when we get up. Maya's often up at like 6 or 5:30, so some days it's worse than others. But he will start doing this thing where he just climbs onto my leg at about ankle level, and I'll feel him doing it, the cute little soft paws, but then you'll also feel one of the back paws gets placed slightly badly, and then immediately you tense up because you know it's going to slip and the claw is going to be activated. And he does it every morning, and I just want to slap him. It's so annoying. Like, why are you climbing on my leg? Just climb on the bed, dude. Why are you trying to navigate a pole and failing and then digging your claws in to make it even harder for me to go back to sleep? Again, a very cat thing. Like, a dog would just not do that. A dog would just come and lie next to you and try to give you kisses. Which can be annoying and smelly. But at least it's cute. Getting your legs scratched by a lazy or whatever, sleepy cat. Ugh. Anyone else have this? Kabul. It's the guy who gets accused of cheating every single day. There we go. I mean, isn't that all of you? I've seen the PvP, the Hate Whispers channel. I'm on multiple Discords which have one of those. And it's always the same. Who's the guy who always writes report it? Who, no, doesn't matter how many millions of times he's reported to people, he doesn't know how to spell the word. I can't even remember the name, but I've seen that person featured in so many YouTube videos where everyone is just laughing about it in the comments section. Check out Tales of Tribute. I know we joke about it a lot, but I find it extremely worrying that you have to suffer with, just allowing this one. The word monster was held by Automod. Sorry about that. I find it extremely worrying that you have to suffer with people telling their teammates to focus and kill you because you cheat, and telling everyone you're cheating the game. We all know some people are going to believe it. The game itself doesn't provide an explanation properly to tell those people, no, here, look, this is how the game works. But yeah, I know my passion. But yeah, you know my passion for injustice. Your passion for injustice? Or your passion for justice? Man, I love injustice. I just get engorged thinking of an unequal distribution of outcomes. No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it stirs up the passionate side of you when you see systemic injustice, which is like individually tiny cases, but yeah, those are often the most infuriating because it's like, well, we could potentially fix this. I know what you mean. There's an NA player called Cujo Kills, I think. Cujo is her name, and she does a bunch of PvP videos, mostly like Khajiit Nightblade bomber stuff. So not like really my material, but she did a video a while back on cheating. She's not the only one actually. I've seen a few videos like this, and making the case that the real cheating going on in Zero is the mass reporting of someone who isn't cheating. Someone who is good at PvP and who's getting kills gets constantly reported by bad actors who are, weaponizing the reporting function against players who are doing nothing wrong. And I'm in no position to really adjudicate or even comment on this because I just don't do enough PvP. I've never accused anyone of cheating. It never even occurred to me. When I get my dick knocked in the dirt by someone, I just think either I did something foolish, or they are better, or they took advantage of a weakness, or it never occurs to me that they cheated. It just has never happened. Maybe that's a self-confidence thing. I don't know. Maybe I should work on that. Or maybe these people have an abundance of self-confidence, and their mummy never told them that they weren't good at anything, so if they fail, they just assume it has to be some sort of cosmic injustice, and it's all a conspiracy. Yeah. Leaving one leg out as a prime target for monsters, the cat appears to be a monster. Is that really a saying? They say leaving one leg out. Is that a thing? What culture is that? Because I like that a lot. Always keep limbs inside the bed at all times, like it's a moving vehicle. PvP is filled with crazy people. I think there's enough of a vocal minority. I'd like to think it's a minority, but yeah, who the hell knows? There's definitely a lot of nonsense about cheating, and there is actual cheating in PvP as well, we should say. It's just not that common. But it does happen. I've seen legit stuff, exploits and real bans do happen because people are using add-ons that aren't approved. Things like that. Does happen. And I'm sorry, Emizal, what's a dovet? I was looking at that comment and trying to figure out what you were asking, and I should have just responded. That would have been the smart thing to do. And Ella, geez, that's the worst kind of troll, the one you do to yourself. My teddy likes to knead with her claws and not just her paw, like meatballs, so she always wakes me up with tiny scratches on my stomach. Oh, that doesn't... I mean, it depends how tiny they are. I suppose it could be cute. I could see that going either way. And yeah, if it's affectionate... Yeah. Devil's Soul. True, I don't mind being focused. Best way to improve the hard way. That's true. But people spreading rumors is definitely a problem. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Bob Easykill, good morning all. And Nurayami, thanks very much for the follow. Welcome on in. We are chatting nonsense today. We're recovering a little bit from Tenfest. It's been a couple of days, but I still need to recover. Hey, look who it is. It's Garen. Everyone say hello to Garen. Ah, he's just ignoring me. He's acting like he don't know me. He's a healer and a DD in one of our prog groups here in Ninja Pools, a lovely guy. One of my favorite, I hope you won't mind me doing this, one of my favorite players for reacting to an unexpected death, especially because he's a healer. He's one of the most likely to be targeted and squishiest. You know, healers still wear a lot of light armor. And often if he'll die to something in a trial, which he doesn't do that often, I should say, but if it does happen, you'll hear this, oh, like, like an absolute shock. Like you just opened a drawer and found, I don't know, a poo in there or something. Oh! Very, very endearing reaction. We should, I think I've done some PvP with him as well, and he doesn't tend to get like that. Less surprised. Well, I love that. That never gets old. And speaking of Injustice, oh, Kujo has some fun content. Yeah, there we go. From what I've seen, I like it quite a bit. And speaking of Injustice, the reporting banning system in ESO is somewhat problematic. Yeah, pain in the axe makes that case to the devs all the time. I happen to know. So I think they know the score, at least from, you know, from our perspective. Let's not make your stream into a ranting episode. Love the talks. Though, maybe you don't realize I say it often on stream. It's important to have guys like you preventing the lies from being spread about PvP. Yeah, you mentioned that during your I think that was your Uruk-hai raid, wasn't it? You actually talked about that. It hadn't really occurred to me, honestly, that I was doing the PvP community any sort of favor, because it's not supposed to be a back-scratching thing. But yeah, whatever. If it's it's just started off as a corrective move, you know, as guild admins or officers. When you see someone saying in guild chat or on Discord, because it's a primarily PvE oriented guild, right? It's you don't really ninja pull in PvP. It's not really a thing. You would see the occasional person. It used to happen a lot more. We don't see it as often anymore. But someone who was really good at PvE and who had some cred, you know, oh, this guy's got great damage, and a lot of achievements and stuff. And they would say PvP is stupid. They should remove it from the game. Just a bunch of toxic assholes, you know, stuff like this. And we would always stamp on that and say, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Sure, if you met some toxic people in PvP, I'm sorry. Have you ever met any in PvE? Uh-huh. Thought so. What does that mean? Does that mean you're going to discourage anyone from playing, from doing trials, or tell the devs they need to cancel this part of the game? No, let's face it. You went to Zero, you got killed because you're not very good. We've all been there. Don't start slamming PvP as a result. That's dumb. And yeah, we used to say that a lot. We don't have to say it as much anymore, but there's still some nonsense going on around, like, oh, that it's a toxic community, and the people who want to do PvP must be inherently weird and bad. I just don't get it. I see no evidence for this.
You there. You look like a capable forager.
But at least from where I sit, Campbell, I don't think it's like I don't see it to be a huge problem. Like I said, it's not something we run into all the time. So at least that's something. But it does happen. So yeah, thanks for the kind words. And Aaron, I've seen some instances which are hard to justify as just having good skills, like dodging every single tick of damage by multiple people for a very long time, somehow going to walls and yeah, exactly. There we go. So yeah, there are things that happen, and there was an add-on which I think had been removed from the approved list, so you couldn't like get it on Minion, but you could still get it through other means, like it, you know, if it was shared as a zip file or whatever, you could still get it that way. I cannot remember the name, but I think this one would let you know in advance of like an in-cap happening and stuff like that. I can't remember how it worked. It was explained to me once, and that was bannable, I think. But these days, you don't need that add-on, because in-cap has this incredibly loud telegraph, so anyone who's good will just straight up dodge it. Ugh. I mean, I still get hits, I still land occasionally when playing Nightblade, but you really have to kind of rely on chaos in order for it to be useful, which in Vengeance is a little bit more likely. But yeah, no worries. That's what the conversation, guys. I'm just hanging out, really enjoying just having a chill hang, getting some of my surveys done and talking to you all. Always good value. And then Bob Easy Kill. Right, let's actually catch up with chat. I'm not going to move until I've caught up. The best is most of them are just mad because they suck at a game, can't deal with it like a normal person. Yeah, there's definitely an element of that. There is, let's be real. And even if that's not who we are most of the time, we can all fall prey to that sometimes. Like Sin, awesome guy, great ESO player, very rarely a victim of any kind of skill issue. We played with him a lot on this channel. He was in our dungeon group for years. Every now and again, he would have an off day and he would complain about performance. And maybe it was true, but often I'd be thinking, really? I think there's just the odd time when the rage gets you. And that's just an example. I'm sure I've done the same thing. And, yeah, Geekle, your girl, Kel, sorry. I've been missing the L just before the K, like, every time. Kel. Apologies. It's definitely a thing in Australia as a kid. Always kept all limbs undercover at night for fear a monster will grab it. That makes sense. Clip these things. Would love to analyze those. Yeah. Honestly, me as healer because I'm thinking, oh, should have healed myself. Some PvE communities don't do what you do, or they just feed into the hate loop. Maybe that's true. Well, I'm glad not to be one of those. Or not to be part of any of that. And Cozy Pete's, it's literally in a separate area. Why would they say to remove it when you could just not go there? People do, though. I think looking for a logical justification for some of these statements might be giving them too much credit, though, Pete's. I'm with you. Like I'm asking the same question instinctively, but maybe we're wrong to try and filter it through common sense. I don't know. I don't want to be too dismissive either. Like, here's the thing that game designers talk about a lot is if players complain about something in your game, you should pay attention to the complaint. But you should pay almost no attention to their diagnosis. You should just wise up to the fact that, there's a thing players don't like. But, and this has been studied, right? In both officially and unofficially in like early testing for games, responding to feedback from players, and this is a thing that they talk regularly about at GDC, the Game Developers Conference, and every year there are at least 3 or 4 talks that I think all gamers should watch, because we understand so little about the process of making these games that we love, and yet we want to be able to help figure out why some of them work and they don't work, why some fail, what could be improved. Kind of like we're doing here. You know, what should they do at ZOS about this tutorial situation or lack thereof? And this is a psychologist called Celia Hodent. I think she's French, so I don't think the H is pronounced, but Celia Hodent. I think that's correct. And she worked on Fortnite. So she worked on Fortnite for Epic Games, and before that she worked on very, very big projects. Games which were designed to be enormous, right? And intensely replayable, and addictive isn't quite the right word, but you know what I mean, like super duper duper compelling. The gameplay loop had to be fantastic, because this is like a huge pitch of a game which we want to grow and survive over the long term. So as a result, very, very, very tight scrutiny on how all the different elements work, and when players didn't like something or didn't get something. And she said that from this experience more than anything else, she learned that the playtesters and gamers in general almost always get it wrong. They get it right. Something is wrong. Something isn't right here. They are correct about this, but their diagnosis of it is almost always wrong. And don't ask me to explain why that is. I guess it's just to do with user experience, maybe a little bit like close-up magic. There are too many things happening all at once for us to really take it all in. so we make bad assumptions about what just happened and what went wrong. I think there was a specific example she gives, which is about headshots. Not being able to land a headshot on an early version of a zombie or something like that. And all the complaints were about the size. The head is too small. We can't hit it. It was wrong. It wasn't. They changed the size and nothing changed. Nothing happened. Everyone still missed. And it was determined that it was due to the motion. Like the running animation was a bit too weird. So they had to tone that down in order to create a challenge. Because you don't just want something that runs at you in a straight line, right? That's why the zombies in Left 4 Dead zigzag a little bit. Otherwise landing that headshot is just way too easy. So yeah, really interesting stuff. And she said that no player came to them out of thousands with the correct diagnosis. They all confidently said the same thing. And yeah, I think this is a really interesting idea to think about. But anyway, I digress. Kel, I mean PvE, but it's really annoying seeing people complain when there's a PvP Golden Pursuit or event. Yeah, they happen so rarely. There have been 2 this year, and we're in July. And they take... I remember there's a Turkish content creator. I believe he's Turkish. Oh man, I'm going to feel bad if I got that wrong. But Arcaneer, really nice dude. And he was saying he doesn't do a lot of PvP. He just took his PvE tank into Cyrodiil Vengeance. And I think got it all the Golden Pursuits inside an hour. It may have been 90 minutes. But it was almost like a humble brag. So I wasn't even trying, and look how quickly this happened. So people really should at least try it before complaining. And that's exactly what you're saying, right, Kel? That it's not... doesn't feel proportionate to complain about it. Especially when so many rewards, so many Golden Pursuits are PvE oriented. It's like, chill. I think the PvE community gets more love on balance than PvP. Or at least I think that is an argument you could make quite convincingly. So the idea that we throw our toys out of the pram whenever there's a PvP thing, I don't really buy it. But yeah. Schnack's chiming in. Always good when that happens. One of the greatest strengths of ESO is that it has content for every energy level. What interesting wording. I've never heard it put like that before. I really cannot stand people hating on any type of content. Yeah. If you dislike the amount of attention that dungeons are getting, oh, they keep releasing 8 dungeons a year and, you know, we're not getting any love for Cyrodiil, then maybe that's a separate argument. But saying dungeons are stupid, they should cut them from the game. Very, very different things. But yeah, content for every energy level. I like that. Such a weird take. It is, isn't it? Same as some PvPers are inordinate pricks about the PvE community. And there's an Eggbird. Sorry I missed your arrival. Hello! And thank you so much for all of your Tenfest input, dude. We are still recovering over here. I feel like I still haven't quite got my voice back. But yeah, I should say, despite all the comments about we don't know how we would go about organizing this in future now that Microsoft have made cuts to the community team, I don't know what's happening within ZOS. So far as I know, nothing there. I think it's mostly people who are working on the new game, which is its own source of resentment and sort of tragedy, I guess, for so many people. But yeah, Bethesda, on a pretty much global level, seem to have had their community team stripped back a little bit, to say the least. And specifically here in the UK, looks like we're going to lose a couple of really great contacts that, without whom I don't know how we're going to do anything. I don't know how we're going to be able to get anything done. But I'm sure we'll find a way. We'll figure it out. But it's a setback. So with all that to one side, Tenfest was amazingly good fun. And we would love to do this kind of thing again. We're almost certainly going to do something for Halloween. and we would love to try, if Gina is amenable, we would love to try and do an annual thing a little bit like this. Maybe not as big, maybe not 10 days. But if you guys enjoyed it, I'll tell you what, the way to let us know is probably in the coming months or early next year. I think it'll happen sooner rather than later. We're probably going to organize a subathon on here. And honestly, Tenfest and the continuation of events like that, and smaller events like it, you know, around Christmas time, so, you know, or Halloween or whatever it is, that will be a big part of our pitch. Like, not only do you want us to keep doing the website and the YouTube and all of that stuff, but would you like us to continue trying to do this? Because it was an enormous undertaking, but it seemed to go really well. And if it's of value to people, and I think that, we could do a lot more in terms of getting in people who don't normally watch ESO streamers. Because let's face it, they're missing out. And I'm not even talking about this channel. I'm talking about everyone who is on the raid train. There's not a single streamer among them that I wouldn't say you should really check them out. Because sure, if you really don't dig PvP, maybe Oki and Pain in the Axe and Kamul aren't going to be your favorites, but there's a good chance you'll still have a whale of a time watching them and maybe get into PvP as a result. People who don't regularly stop by Twitch honestly don't realize what they're missing. So if there's one thing I wish we could have done more of, it's that. Reaching the people who aren't already here. Because I think the people who are here, they got it, and they took part and were awesome. But there must be thousands of people who didn't come and check it out because Twitch isn't a destination for them. You know what I mean? But anyway, Cozy Pete saying, like, the first time I went to Imperial City, some guys kept following us around and blowing me up as I was an easy target, and then I'd kill the rest of the group. Oh, I've definitely seen that, yeah. Tried to change campaigns, and they just kept appearing and targeting me as soon as I got raised. Oh, that sucks. That wasn't much fun, but we just went and did something else. I wouldn't ever say IC should be banned because I don't like it. And thanks, Red Winters, for the hug. Hug to chat. WP79, not a PvPer. So I just approach PvP events as an exercise in escape and evasion, and I refuse to get spun up when I die. I sometimes struggle with that last one. Especially if I think I'm doing well, if I think the fight is going my way. Or if I'm the one who initiates it. Like, if I see someone running away, but I go after them, because it's PvP, and then I get clapped, that can sting a little bit. But I would never whisper anyone. That's more about being irritated that I've fluffed it. So yeah, absolutely right. Kel, exactly. Got the pursuits done in like an hour. Yeah, well, there we go. So yeah, it wasn't just this one guy. Took me a little longer than that, but even then, it did not take long. I think 2 visits and I was done. I didn't even notice. I wasn't like checking in. Ooh, how am I doing? It was just like, I suddenly realized they were all done. Because it'll just happen on its own. Speaking of which, we will be doing some PvP a little bit later. And Pete's Radcore and I did Vengeance during a Tenfest slot and got all the golden pursuits in like 2 hours. But we were yapping a lot and being silly. Was that towards the end? I was there for that. Man, I struggled. That was the toughest point, I think, for me. Luckily, you guys were yapping a lot and you were very energetic because Maya went to bed at about 1 AM and you guys were raiding off at about 3. It might have been 1:30 midnight. She was just like, oh man, I am struggling. And I said, yeah, it's day 10 tomorrow. Go sleep. So she was like, okay, great, thank you. I'll do that. You stay up and hand off at 3 AM. And I felt absolutely fine. I had a beer in my hand. This is great. I'm going to do some gaming. I'm going to watch Pete's and Rad doing their thing. At 1:30, I was suffering. Like, my face had probably turned grey. Suddenly the exhaustion, like, really just set in. And I was getting up and, like, moving around the room, you know, just to stay awake. So, yeah, you guys helped a lot. And the whole discussion about pseudoephedrine as well. And crystal meth a little bit as well. That was fun. That was a super easy golden pursuit. It was, yeah. Meanwhile, Tales of Tribute. Bobby to kill. Beats, yeah. What did my fishing master in PvP? I had 5 people actively looking for me because I suck at the game. But I find it funny because they know I suck, and it still took like 4 or 5 days of their life to kill me 100 times without me fighting back. Why, if someone isn't even fighting back, at what point? That's just weird. That feels like someone who is miserable with their real life situation, trying to vent in some way. Like I remember Maya and I were doing some dailies in Necrom, you know, when the that style, the motif first started dropping from Bastion Nimic, and there was a person using a it's one of those mementos, like where you summon a Daedroth. Where am I looking? Yeah. I think it was this. I think if you did that right next to someone, there is collision on the Daedroth. So they would walk up to someone who was porting, put their back to them, and then do this move, and the Daedroth would push the person out of teleport. They did it to Maya, and she sort of laughed. I think we might have been streaming. Then she walked away and tried porting to me one more time. This person legit followed her around like 6 times. Just doing this thing. Like, what? Why? There's literally nothing in it. Except, you know, doing minimal damage to someone else's day. Like, it's pathetic. And it really just, it made us go all philosophical for a minute and wonder what the hell that person's going through and whether they need help. Such a weird move. Some PvP trolling is a little bit like that. I know people who get super tilted if you kill them once because you're in a small scale group and, you know, there's a big melee clash and you happen to get killing blow because you're on a Nightblade or you're using Executioner or whatever, and then they will just hard focus you the rest of the day. I've had that happen to me so many times. And it works because I'm often not the strongest link in whatever group I'm running with. It'll be like a group with Kamul and Praetorian and Wick and these guys who PvP more than I do, so they tend to be a little bit more robust and harder to take down. It's definitely happened. Man, if your ego is that fragile, I'm sorry, you just need to work on it. Quit being a baby. Simple as that, really, isn't it? And WP, yeah, just tag along with groups, got it done, multiple accounts, nice. And yeah, watch some series now, catch you later, much love, thanks man. PvP is not for me. I think, yeah, I totally respect anyone who comes to that conclusion. I really like it. I think it's a great feature of this game. I deliberately deprioritize it because I am more of a PvE person. But if I had more time, or if I made more time, I would love to spend some of it, a lot of it, on Cyrodiil in particular and IC. Battlegrounds don't do it for me as much. I do like the format, I think that's a great idea, and I'm glad loads of people are into it, but the open world is what really sells the PvP for me in this game. Hey! Furious, thanks for the follow, thanks very much. Welcome on in. We are hanging out, having a chill Saturday morning. And talking about Tenfest, talking about PvP for the last, like, hour. We are going to go into Vengeance a little bit later, just see what's up. I haven't done my pursuits in there yet, and I loved the last Vengeance campaign. Obviously, I don't think that is what Cyrodiil should look like from now on. I'm not one of those, but it was a lot of fun. And, yeah, provided it's a test that gets us to a more long-term sustainable version of Ciro, I'm all in favor. The fact that they've devised a test which is fun for us to take part in. Like, there are a lot of good things about PTS, but no one really goes on there for the unadulterated fun. It's mostly curiosity, and often it's simply a sense of duty. People knowing that, well, this is important for the devs. I want to help them find out what's broken, and if they're of a particular mindset, finding out what's broken is its own reward, right? And a lot of people love a shifting meta as well, but do you know what I mean? It's not the same. Like, vengeance is attracting people in its own right, not just because people are thinking, "Oh well, I want what's best for Ciro long term, so I'll take part in this test." I think people are actually having fun. Kamula's good vibes and fun to watch for PvP. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. In fact, I'm struggling to think... Actually, no, I can think of one. But all the PvP folks we had on the raid train... Bislobo. Think of what these guys have in common. Pain in the Axe, Oki, Bislobo, Kamul, Decimus. Have I forgotten anyone? The main thing I think of is how super fucking chill and friendly and high energy these guys are. It's not the fact that, oh, these are all PvPers. Drew you out as another example. He does a lot of PvE these days, but I think he used to be much more PvP focused. And again, like, pretty freaking chill. It's almost as if there's a connection. TBH, Chinchilla, when I heard the announcement about the new content creator program, I thought they were going to invest more in luring new viewers to the ISO category than with more frequent, better, and longer drop campaigns. Yeah, I guess it's a difficult thing to do, isn't it? Like, how would we do that exactly? But just in case it wasn't clear, Tenfest, for the record, whilst we are hugely grateful to Gina and all of the guys at ZOS who agreed to be interviewed and who gave up their time just to share, just to nerd out, and to accept, you know, our interest in what they do for a living. And this is not normal for game companies to do. So we are massively grateful that they did that. I think it's a huge feather in their cap to be able to say, well, yeah, we want more community events to be possible. Look at this. They can point to that as a genuine example of we would like a stronger bridge between the devs and the players. I do want to point out Maya organized Tenfest on her own. ZOS did not put this together. They did not put it forward as an idea. The only extent to which that happened was after the first raid train. Maya and Gina were sort of debriefing afterwards and messaging with one another. I think Gina did say, we should do something like this again. That is the extent to it. That is the extent of it. So, without wanting to downplay our gratitude and all of that stuff, I do want to give Maya full credit. And then Ophelia, Bethesda UK as well, and all the rest of it. So, if there is a way that we can do what Chinchilla's saying, we'd love to hear any ideas. No such thing as a bad idea at the end of the day, when you don't have one of your own. How do we get people who aren't following the ESO category on Twitch very much? How do you pitch to that group of people? Tricky. I think it has to be done via website articles, really. That's probably the only way I can think of. You get like no AP at all by killing the same player so much. That's a very good point, Reyes. Yeah. So what's the point? What is the point? Yeah, it was live so they could see where I was. I expected to die a lot, but it just kind of took the fun out when they started following me and directly targeting me. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Even if you're not getting like personally upset by it, it's just an eye roll at the very least. May that person be forever knocked out of porting by an NPC. Yeah. May you step on a Lego in socks. One of the most fitting curses I can think of. Wow, SS, I love to ponder Why an SS is doing what they do? And have I missed something there? I post no link. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. ss.er, I guess. Look, I can't prove they did, but when we change campaigns, stream sniper. That's what you mean, isn't it? Sorry, but when we move campaigns, they followed. Seemed pretty likely. It definitely happens. Aaron says, I am more of a PvP person, but ever since I returned, I've been having a blast in PvP. Return to PvE when I get feel bored in Zero. So I'm guessing the first point was I'm more of a PvE person. Yeah, PvP's been great. This year in particular, White Strakes and the First Vengeance. Man, so much fun. I think it was the dot in the middle of the two words. Yeah. I love to understand why an SS and why they do what they do. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we don't want to know. I play games for fun and to spend time with my wife of 30 years, and it hurts when we see people mad at others because they don't like the way they play a game they are paying for. Okay, we got an ad break coming in, so I won't say anything important. Yeah, very strange. Love to play PUBG as well. I see, yeah. That is the question. For 11 Fest, bring the Daedric Princes on stream for the interview. Well, it'll have to be 12 Fest, won't it? Because 11 Fest is already now. 10 Fest would really have been last year. And again, for the record, the original plan was to have 10 Fest around Christmas time. Around the launch of... Well, what would it have been? What did we get at Christmas time last year? The Q4 update. Why am I being dumb? We got a big update to Infinite Archive. But yeah. Hang on, I've got one more in this zone, haven't I? Yeah, I like that. Just have an actor portraying the Daedric Prince. And hello, Santuzzo Salieri. Hello there. Welcome on in. Kel saying, we've had this discussion with Tamer Shadow 2. Oh, yeah. How they could do better. Twitch drops. Other games like Throne and Liberty had some great drops. Some included a valuable in-game currency. ESO campaign early this year for the mount did really well. Not a buzz. Yeah. I think making that coincide with something like Tenfest. I mean, it seems a little bit self-serving for me to put that forward. But ultimately, I think that's the move, isn't it? Is to have something happening on Twitch which is big and cool and fun as alongside the drops. Not just business as usual with drops. You know what I mean? If you've got extra traffic, people coming in who might not normally, then make sure we're putting on a show. That seems to me to be one of the most obvious moves. Hey now, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that, thank you. That's very kind. Ah, look at that happy little ninja moving one square forward along the bar at the top there. Appreciate it, and welcome on in. If you've just joined us, we are having a bit of a debrief after Tenfest, which ended a couple of days ago. Maya is unfortunately ill. I'm still very tired following all the craziness of those 10 days. But it was an absolute joy. From start to finish. There was almost nothing. The maintenance was a bit of a bummer, but the streamers were so great. There was like, yeah, I'll go on PTS. We even had people who'd never downloaded PTS before just say, fine, I'll do it. We'll make it work. So, yeah, whilst it would be great to avoid that next time, maybe, to not have two giant maintenances in the middle of the raid train. On the plus side, it did mean that people were free and could get their ESO fix here on Twitch rather than in-game. And maybe that helped viewer numbers. I have no idea. Cozy Pete's. Oh yeah, I don't crash out over dying or anything. Just won't feel bad for letting my group down. Makes sense. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the best case scenario, it still doesn't feel good, does it? And Pete's saying, yeah, there is definitely a noticeable uptick. Excuse me. In Twitch viewers when they have the longer drop campaigns with things like the mount or cosmetics. I agree. I think we noticed that pretty hard as well. I just love the Tenfest or the raid train thing as a networking thing as well. Like I spoke to so many people. I caught so many people's raids, so many people's streams that I wouldn't normally catch in the sort of the regular weekly schedule because they're on when I wouldn't normally be up. Yeah, and I realized because I was involved in Tenfest very directly, maybe the average person who's still going to work as normal, it may not work quite the same way for them, but it's still going to encourage you to catch people. It gets streamers streaming at times of day they don't normally do. So it just kind of cuts both ways, and it gets viewers tuning in at times they wouldn't normally do as well. And if nothing happens, if you just enjoy the stream and then never go back to them until the next raid train, well then so be it. But I think we do get a lot. We certainly did last time. We started seeing names popping up in our streams, and so many of the content creators came back to Maya after the Infinite Archive raid train and said, man, I'm getting raided by so many other streamers now. There's much more of a sense of who these people are. I can put faces to names, and I know what someone's vibe is. It's just a better sense of who's doing what, who's responsible for what. And just a really lovely feeling. Like that feeling when you move into a new neighborhood, you just don't know anyone. It's not the end of the world, but a few years later, if you've put out some connections, you know who people are when you say hello to them. And that might sound trite or corny, but that really is a quality of life thing. It really is, and I don't see why a digital or virtual version should be any different to that. And that's one of the reasons we wanted the devs in this year, because we could really include them in that. This is who... I mean, a lot of them we know fairly well already, but getting sort of a face-to-face with Becky Ignowski, for example. LCI Hirochi was a big hit as well, and a face that we don't normally get to see. You know, the housing stream. And just any excuse to hang out with Wheeler and Finn and Gilliam and all those guys. Rich. And to, you know, here you are, you're doing an interview, you're chatting to the players, but you're not selling anything. You're not here because you've got some big new release coming out that you're doing a promotional circuit for. You're here just because we're celebrating. It's different. Anyway, I'm rambling again. Moose, hello there. Bobby Ezekiel, in my opinion, because the streamers are doing more giveaways to get more people watching, like when the mounts are something good, they just all come to watch and be able to get the drops. But again, this is just in my opinion. No, I think that's right. It's Tenfest starting soon. Moose, you are very, very welcome back to the stream. Now, we're having a bit of a post-Tenfest debrief. I'm trying to desperately catch up on some surveys. I appreciate you guys letting me do that. And we're just shooting the shit, really. We're talking PvP, why some people don't like PvE or PvP, and why they feel the need to denigrate it, or the people who enjoy it, rather than figuring out what it is they don't like, or whatever. Whether the game should have a better tutorial, or, you know, how high we should get our expectations in that regard. I was going to do the Heroes Return on the NA server, but I can't anymore because now I've logged in, it's gone away. I think that might be a mistake. Maybe have a toggle so that players can say, go away. I don't want to see this. Because I would quite like to have done that on stream and get you guys to see it, get your opinion on it. Kel saying there was a video recently about the value in the cosmetic side of the gaming industry. People love mounts and cosmetics in games. Big draw card. There is a bit of fatigue. Yeah, there's just that pushback that they have to be careful of, and I think they understand. Like with the current round of crown crates, I know a lot of people bought these, but I've also heard a lot of complaints. People saying the drop rate seems lower. Like, even if we're wrong, and that's just coincidence, and we feel like the drop rate is lower, there's a bit of a pushback on that. Do you know what I mean? That's not a good feeling. And I do wonder sometimes, like, why are the drop rates pitched the way they are? Because these are not cheap. So wouldn't more people be tempted in? Like, I don't know, man. Or they should do that thing where they... Because these are quite expensive, in my opinion. When they're new, you reduce the price for 1 week or for a few days. Surely then people are going to get more of that FOMO thing. But they're also going to spend less. I don't know, it feels like... That's what it is. It's that, like, manipulation of sales psychology, but to turn it into something which is kind of a win-win, and which leaves everyone feeling good about what happened. It's an interesting one. But also, isn't the general consensus that it's only a matter of time before loot crates become straight up illegal in places like the EU, or regulated to the point where they have to be done very, very differently? I don't know. Because if it keeps the game going, I'm all in favour. But there's no denying its unpopularity. You've only got to look at the rage bait videos that people have been making. To be fair, it's been a while since I saw one. But it used to be a thing. If your numbers are dipping, or if your videos aren't doing that well, just make a 10-minute rant about how crown crates are awful, and how, you know, the developers are a bunch of baby-eating monsters for doing crown crates. And it'll get you 1 million clicks. Off you go. Done. I've seen it so many times. It's lame, but it works. Bob Easykill saying, I have ADD, ADHD, and ESO is very hard for me to understand. I've been playing for 3 years now and still can't pass 40k DPS on a single target. You give me 10 or so mobs, and I've hit 170k DPS. Single target, I'm a dumpster fire. Tell you what, are you on our Discord, Bob? Because I will personally sort you out. We were supposed to have a big campaign as part of Tenfest, which is like, oh yeah, post your, you know, the Dr. Deeps thing, which we've done before, where we'll analyze someone's CMX or video or whatever it is on stream. In the end, we only had one submission. Well, we had two, but one of them was kind of misunderstood the point. And then Guns N' Rages, who posted a submission in line with what Maya had asked for, and we went through that on stream. And I gave Guns N' Raiders a bunch of things they could do, which should add, I don't know, 20, 30k? So quite a lot, and they were already above 100. So I bet there are a ton of things that we could do in that regard. And Pete's saying, I find dummies so much easier than moving targets. You passing on a trial dummy that gives you the buffs? Yeah, it's a good question. And Kel saying, the Twitch community is great. The only reason I managed to stick with the game this time. Oh, really? That's great to hear. We're a fairly recent addition. Like, we've been streaming properly for about a year. No, a little bit more, but it's been sort of on and off. Our internet, our ISP just absolutely crapped itself about a month after Maya started streaming. We had our first Twitch subathon, and it went really well. And then our internet just died, and it was completely unreliable. We just couldn't use it. Certainly not for streaming. It sucked, and it was nearly 6 months before they fixed it. And I was so ready to leave, but there was, at the time, there was no other high-speed fiber alternative. There was no one else that did it yet. And since they fixed it, it has been fine. And they did give us like a couple of months for free and stuff like that, but man, that was such... It sucked. Such bad timing as well. But yeah, we haven't been part of the Twitch thing for that long. Kel, I tried in 2018 but was super confused. Tried again when the Arcanist came out. Found streamers on Twitch. Never left. Amazing. Bob Easy Kill, yeah, still 30 to 40k. But what... But I'm... What all the goats in the game call an Oaken Dork. I have to play with controller because my left hand don't work. I've never heard Oaken Dork before. Oaken Soul is so popular. I feel like the number of people who actually have a problem with its use is like seriously diminished. The only thing I would say, and you've probably heard it a million times, so I'm going to be very brief about it, but if you're looking for something which is one bar, Oaken Soul is not the best. If you're looking for something for solo play and survivability, Oaken Soul is not the best. It's not even that good, to be honest. I think the devs have just stealth nerfed it over time because it was way too strong for a while, and it was like the jokes about putting a brick over your left mouse button and getting 100k. Those were accurate enough that the devs are like, yeah, we need to do something about this. But it's so popular and has been so helpful to so many people, we got to be careful. So they allowed the meta to shift. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but I don't think so. I think they did this very consciously, deliberately. They allowed the meta to shift away from what Oaken Soul was providing. And more recently, they have just allowed it to fade into obscurity. My suspicion is that it's such a toxic subject. So many people get too fired up on both sides of the whole Oaken Soul argument that the devs have just been happy to let it slide into oblivion. Again, maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but it seems like a smart move to me. So now we've got Rakat's Void Mantle. So if you like heavy attacks, use that one. If it's the one bar thing that you're into, you can still just use Rakat's Void Mantle. You don't need to go Oaken Soul. And again, I'd be happy to help you with the setup, as well as everything else. But I wouldn't... I don't know how strongly you are wedded to that particular mythic, but if you're very strongly wedded to it, I would suggest considering some alternatives, because, yeah, I mean, you'll have more survivability and more damage. It's just not the best option in almost any situation. There are times when it's really good. Like if we're creating a Mag Sork, like Hyperioxys would be the one to talk to about this. He's literally got one of his setups that he's using to solo hard mode trifectas. Where's the... Why am I being stupid? I can't see the treasure map here. There it is. You know, when he solos like a DLC hard mode, triple hard mode dungeon. And of course, they can be quite a high skill cap, or quite a high skill level involved with using some of those, but at least one of those he does use Oaken Soul on a Mag Sword. So the idea that it is just never good, it always sucks, that's not true, for sure. Why is the coffee always gone? Yeah. Because we need the coffee. Absolutely. I don't think it's a coincidence. What am I doing? I'm just like starting the minigame and then not doing anything with it. What? Kel, what I don't like with the new crates are the free mounts. It's like, spend more to try and get the Radiant and the 2 polymorphs so you can get free. I don't like that vibe. I know what you mean. I haven't thought enough about that to make my mind up about it. I had a lot of gems and a lot of endeavors, seals of endeavor. I still have quite a few. But what I did was I got 50 of these. I actually bought one from Kamul. Very kindly sold me some crowns there. And I bought another one with just the crowns I had. And I got absolutely nothing. I was actually pretty pissed off. I think I got 1 gold reward, and it was... So in 50 crates, nothing Radiant, nothing Apex, absolutely nothing. And I got 1 of these. That was the only gold reward in the entire thing. Everything else was purple and down. Like, that is shockingly bad. 50 crates? And of course, that could just be terrible RNG. That's the way it goes. But I asked people, and a lot of people have said the same thing. That the drop rates seem to be suspiciously limp this time around. But I did, because I'm a sucker, I did go in and buy... What is it? It's the poly, right? Yeah, the 2 polys. If you have those... Plus... Shoot. What's the other one? I can't even remember how it works. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, these... yeah, that's it, isn't it? You needed to have that one, and then you could get the 2 variants of it for free, if you had the polymorphs to go with it. I don't know, I think... It's the same as... there's another way to look at it, right? That it's the same reward as before, but if you do invest your gems or your seals of endeavor... Or you just buy a shit ton of crown crates till you get the drops. There's more of a payoff at the end. I guess that would be the counter argument. I'm not sure that's my argument. I'm not sure how that's how I'm looking at it. But it is definitely an incentive to buy more, spend more. And I just find it hard to believe there isn't a more generous way of doing this. Because with every round of crates that I get like that, I'm so much less likely to try it again. I'm already at the point where I know crown crates are silly and I probably should ignore them. But I quite like the cosmetics, I spend a lot of time in the game, so it feels worthwhile. But people who just log in and do PvP or just do raids, they are already at the point where this is pointless. I'm not going to get anything unless I spend a crazy amount of money. So they just ignore it. So I find it hard to believe that there isn't a way to make the drops more generous and get more money out of it. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's like a... I don't know, maybe there are a few hundred hardcore Crown Crate players who just will spend $1,000 every time a new Crown Crate comes out. And that's enough. And they'll just keep spending until they have everything. Because if that's the case, then yeah, I can see it. Does that make sense? And to Guns and Raiders, there we go. Taking your past tips and now using the DK build on the website. Hitting same numbers for now. However, I wanted to ask, is there much difference from MA2H axe to sword? There should be almost none, no. You get slightly better stats on your back bar, but you're not on your back bar that much. Have you changed to Rune Carver and everything? And have you ditched your Flame enchant for an Absorb Stamina enchant? All of that stuff. Because once you have Rune Carver... Or was it Zahn you were using as well? But whatever the build... So long as we can find you a setup that works, which makes sense internally. One of the things I like about Rune Carver is that it kind of works anywhere. It's not necessarily the best in every situation, but single target damage is really good, and provided your AoEs are covering multiple targets, it stacks up. doesn't have a cooldown on it, so it can just carry on popping on multiple targets, and the cleave damage is genuinely pretty good. So I kind of like it in that way, that it's the sets that work everywhere. Those are often very, very nice. That's one of the reasons Mother's Sorrow was such a popular Magicka set for so long, because it was just a ton of crit, and there was no situation in the game where you wouldn't want that. So a lot of people continued using it even after it stopped being, meta. Stampede and Eruption every 15 seconds seems to work out a lot better. Cool! It's just easier, isn't it? And Bob, I can't switch bars too hard, or I have to strap my hand to the controller so I don't drop it. Yeah, that makes sense. Bar swapping was super clunky for me until I remapped it. I know you're not using a mouse and keyboard, but I think this is an underrated thing. And this is an area where the game probably cannot help you. But if you imagine... I should be on cam for this. If you imagine my mouse wheel, I've got a mouse wheel between my two fingers, right? I move my index finger onto the mouse wheel and click it to the left. That is my bar swap. Because I'm never doing anything. And if I have to block and bar swap, then I can use my left finger. Yeah, instead, whichever finger is not being used. I actually have block and light attack swapped around. Don't ask. That's a very personal thing, but I think remapping the bar swap button is a thing a ton of players on keyboard and controller talk about as having been transformative for their ability to do a smooth rotation. But if you are happy with the one bar setup, there's absolutely no reason you need to ditch it. Until you cap out the damage and then decide, well, I want to go higher, then maybe it's a thing you'll have to think about. But until then... Yeah, Oakensall should still do more than 40k, absolutely, even with a terrible rotation. Yeah, there we go. And Kel saying, Hyper, some one-bar builds without Oakensall. Exactly. I think most of his one-bar stuff is non-Oakensall now. Orc DK Mag, yep. Good idea to move from heavy attack builds is to move to one-bar regular builds. Hyper and Skinny have a lot on their websites. They're moving to 1.5 bar. Yeah, so this is when you don't bar swap very often. You'll have a super long-lasting dot like Quick Cloak, for example, 30 seconds. And you literally go to your back bar once every 30 seconds. And that's it. And that's a legit way to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you're almost playing a one-bar setup. But you've already added a ton to your... of power and survivability and all of that stuff. So you're getting much more, and you could just fill the back bar with buffs, especially now that subclassing is here. So that is an option. By the way, in case anyone's wondering what I'm talking about, we are talking about Spectral Cloak. Come on, Khan, work the thing. What's it called? Black Rose. Black Rose daggers. You can make them infused like you normally would on the back bar with a weapon damage plus a poison enchant, whatever. You won't get the double weapon damage enchant, obviously, because it's a single-handed weapon. But you can have 2 of those on the back bar. You trigger that set with Deadly Cloak or Quick Cloak, which lasts 30 seconds. And then that is practically a one-bar setup. I've definitely recommended that before. And I've even just recommended things like 2 dots on the back bar, and that's it. 2 15-second dots. Like for a Mag Blade once, I had Blockade plus Path of Darkness, Twisting Path. And that was it. And it was like, if you can get back there every 15 seconds, that's all you need to do. The rest of the time, just spam away. So there are a few ways you can do it. But happy to help with that, if you're interested. But I'm not going to force anything down anyone's throat. It's just if people come to us saying, hey, I would like some more DPS. Here are my red lines. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to be a meta slave. That's absolutely fine. Most people don't want to be a meta slave. The people who like the meta the least are generally the ones who are asked to run it everywhere. People like Mo and Otto, who are these like amazing players in our prog groups, who want to do as much damage as possible because we're doing very ambitious stuff together, but they don't want to just run the same thing everywhere. It gets boring. So yeah, a lot of sympathy for that. I've only done like 5 vet dungeons and trials. I've only done them because a really cool streamer named Drew you out. There we go, we know Drew. I'm not supposed to say any of the streamers' names here. I mean, I mentioned Drew specifically earlier. We were talking about everyone during the raid train. I've also talked about Kamul, Oki, Pain in the Axe. I'm saying Oki now because that's what Sainira said. I was like, well, they know each other very well. She's not going to get that wrong. But then he says Okui. So now I'm really confused. But whatever it is. What have we got by way of... Destroy 5 Dwarven Automata. That's fun. Normally I just do this one. Let's go find... Here's a tip. I mean, this is a very easy one, but... Mathanaz, I think, is a good place to go for that. Nothing wrong with saying other streamer names here. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be thrilled if someone was promoting another channel and saying they're so much better than Ninja Pulls. But like, hey, not cool. But no, that would be petty to object to that otherwise. Don't worry about it. Should be a pity system in place for crates, Greykirk. Every 10 crates you get, legendary or up. Really dislike loot boxes. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's on that page. That's the issue. Like, the financials don't lie, but neither do the forums where people are complaining about this. And I would just talk about ESO, but everywhere. Like, gamers hate loot crates, it seems. We got to find something better. There's got to be a better way of doing it. So many crowns, I never spend them. Brian, sorry to get to your comment late. Is it like under 1% for Radiant Apex? That's disgusting odds. Oh, we don't know what they are, but we do know what they used to be. Because there was an add-on that would gather the drop rates. They would sort of... You'd have the add-on running and you would open all your crates and it would... it was capable of scraping that information and uploading it to a shared database. And then there was a website, which is still running, I think, where you could look up the drop rates approximately. You know, because it's all anecdotal. But if you get enough thousands and thousands of data points, then you can begin to paint a picture. Zos removed that add-on from the approved list. And I'm just going to come out and say it. Why would they do that unless they were changing the drop rate? This is a few years ago. You know, so... I'd love for them to find a better way to do this. Microsoft already don't have the most retrograde attitude towards this. I know being a fan of Microsoft and their way of doing things isn't particularly fashionable. Least of all right now. But... Sit down. Man, this character is so weak because I'm running around with all this crud I'm trying to level. I'm still not quite finished leveling all of my subclass skill lines. Nearly there. Nearly got everything now. Just a few holdouts left. Don't know why I left Draconic Powers so late. But whatever. We've got like 3 left or something. But in the meantime, she kind of sucks. But yeah, so the Seals of Endeavor system, by the way, this was something they had to do because of the Microsoft acquisition. Because Microsoft's terms of service included a clause whereby players had to be able to earn everything in-game, somehow. You couldn't have something, a cosmetic, that was loot crates only. Sure, it's a small step, but it's a step in the right fucking direction, in my opinion. And, yeah, like if you're a cynic, you would also say that that's just Microsoft trying to get ahead of where the law is going to force them to be in a matter of years. Maybe so, but still. They didn't have to do that. And they had this in place as a way to restrict predatory practice. You know, the stakes are high for them in terms of PR, right? They don't want this kind of backlash on their hands. Hey, Bob Easykill just subscribed. Thank you so much. That's very kind. We appreciate it. And thank you, Erin, for gifting that one. Genius. I'm glad that went to Bob, as we're talking about potentially working out a new build. And by the way, if anyone is on the Ninja Balls Discord, and if you're not, you know, feel free to join. You don't have to do anything. You could just sort of hang out and lurk. You can mute certain channels if they're popping a little bit too often. You can always give us feedback on how the Discord works or doesn't. Maya is very, very keen on all that stuff. Is always trying to make it better. We have absolutely no problem coming up with builds for people. It is a little bit time consuming, so you might have to wait a few days, but this happens all the time in PvE and PvP chats, PvP especially, because people are much more used to asking for custom builds. Oh, I want a stamina base, this, and that. I prefer to play melee, you know, yada yada yada. I don't want to use this set, that kind of stuff. But there's no reason we can't do that for PvE as well. It happens all the time. It often happens in DMs, actually, which I don't like, because then other people don't get to read it. They don't get to see it. So I'd rather you don't DM me. I mean, you're welcome to say hi, but if you want me to go through a CMX or help you come up with a build, please try to do it in passes or the PvE questions channel. It's just cooler, because it means that thousands of people will see it, as opposed to just the two of us. And frankly, it's good advertising for that feature, right? If people see it being used. Yeah, Dorothy's saying the same thing. I'm sure if they increased drop rate, more people would buy. That would add the PvP and Raider spending too. I mean, that's what I think, but yeah, who knows? Kel, I feel like it would be nice if maybe endeavors were doubled throughout the time the crates are in store. People may also be more inclined to actually buy 25 or 50 crates alongside. That is actually a good idea. Yeah, in that initial week, you could make... Yeah, who knows? Is that bugged? Yeah, that's fun. Is that someone using the Colopi essence with the new polymorph? No way, I'm going to try that. Do I have it on this character? Shoot. Yes. Oh shit, it works with the... I never knew that. So it works with the the Iron Atro as well. So that just looks silly. The Soul Razor Knight looks kind of cool. Look at him. Although the particle effect really gives itself away. As an animator and video editor, I've worked with my fair share of particle effects. And this one, the workings of this one become very obvious when you look at it like that. Where's the other one? Shoot. Times Herald, World Eater, that's what it's called, isn't it? Alright, that's Nightblade as hell. Just obey me, living flame. See, the particle effect here is solid. You can't really see the workings of it. If anyone's wondering what I'm talking about, particle effect is just a mathematical equation plus a PNG file. That's literally all it is. And the complexity of what the graphic is supposed to do over the course of that equation. Well, it's an equation with RNG baked into it, I guess. It's used to create smoke and fire and basically anything cool. But yeah, if I turn this on, you see that? It's a very, very rudimentary particle effect going from left to right. But also in the background, there's like a smoky texture. That's actually 3 layers of stuff I had to build to get that looking the way I wanted. And then obviously the text that's lit. I had to do all that manually, but Yeah, the sparks flying around in the background, that's all that is. It's just a... I don't know if anyone's remotely interested in that, but I kind of love it because I have to work with it now and again, and it's amazing what you can get it to do. It really is. It's fantastic. Just maths plus graphics, both of which I love. Alright. Aaron saying made a ton of gold farming Deshaun from Mother Sorrow, good old days. Yeah, so I'm a little bit behind there. I use the side keys on my Game Master bar swap. That's what Maya does. I think that's what a lot of people do. And Bob's saying, my controller has 4 more buttons, but I can't remap the controller because the add-ons crash. Ah. Oh, it was just an idea, though. Sorry. Subclass can't even play my DK now. They want me to add more classes. Actually, I get that you're making a joke, but there are some really smart ways you can use subclassing to simplify things. Like, assassination is a prime example. Who's actually using any of these in PvE? You're either not using any of them, or you're just using Soul Harvest or Incap. And again, that's situational. You might be using the Arcanist ult when it's available, but then you use this for burst, short burst, or execute. But generally, you just have stuff slotted and do nothing with it, and you gain a ton of damage stats for it. You can also do the same with Herald of the Tome and Storm Calling, that you use very few or none of the abilities and get a ton out of it. To give you, for instance, Herald of the Tome, you know, you slot Inspired Scholarship on the back. You can use the ult. You can, of course, use Fate Carver and Flail, but you don't have to. The passives are really good. And you get Major Brutality and Sorcery just from Inspired Scholarship, so you can use it in that way. And then just stay whippity-whipping, if that's what you're into. And Storm Calling, where's that one? Again, the passives are just really good. Sustain, physical and shock damage. I mean, you obviously have to build to take advantage of that. Damage done against enemies for every, the reverse execute thing, and then increase your weapon and spell damage. You only need to really slot one thing on each bar to get anything out of this. So it is possible to simplify things whilst complicating things with subclassing. Just saying. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. Cozy Pete's. I'm Balian, by the way. Hello. Hello there. I had to explain to someone in a friend's stream that night where they couldn't say, hey, I'm just going to see if anyone else is streaming right now. I love that from you, and thank you for the offer, but I have a problem with listing and understanding without seeing and doing. As I'm sure you have seen in my reading and spelling are trash. I hadn't noticed that at all, but it's the same as everyone else on the internet, isn't it? Thanks again for the offer. When I do start to understand a bit better, I'll reach out anytime, man. And honestly, I don't mind making a project on stream. So, like, I could do something live. I mean, that's probably a bit much. No one would want to be center of attention for that long. But I've done it before. We did it for a French guy showed up in stream. I'd never spoken to them before. They just asked some questions, and we were like, hey, you want us to show you right now? And we basically gave them a subclassed setup there on the spot. We didn't do gear, but we just said, here's what you want to do with your bars. Yada, yada, yada. But, the offer's there. That is what being a teaching guild entails at the end of the day. If we had 100 people a day showing up asking this, then yeah, there'd be a problem. But fortunately, we don't have that many, so we don't have that problem just yet. And another thing, Bob, you're talking about the AoE damage, maybe just getting a second setup, or a couple of things that you can tweak between them. That's a tricky thing for people on controller as well, I think. Having all the buttons that make it easy to switch setups all the time, using wizards or whatever. And Guns N' Raiders, you can actually feel you reading your Discord channel headers. Is that me? With the yellow armor, Polly, you get to be a pair of yellow floating eyes. The yellow armor. This one? I guess not. Yellow armor. Alright, that's the one you're talking about. Those are very round. Goodness me. So I'm guessing that's the actual eyeballs of the character. I love that they are actual balls inside the head. Like if you ever do that thing where you clip inside another player's head. I won't be able to do it now. Oh, there we go. And you can see the eyelids and the eyeballs from the inside. And the mouth. How fucked up does the mouth look from the inside? Yeesh. I think I didn't like it. Didn't like me getting inside his head. No! Assassin Max. That's not what I know. But disturbing or... Yeah, thanks, Salad. Thanks for the tip. I can't believe I haven't checked these before. Because the fact that I have the Calliope Essence saved on this character, I obviously know what it does. Never occurred to me to look through all of these for any cool effects. Oh, this one doesn't have any. Like one of those inflatable thingies. Yeah. I noticed in Discord event-like thing, curious to know what a dead name is. Oh, right, yeah, this will be Willith talking about some sadness and wondering where to post it. Because they didn't want to just vent in chat in front of everyone. Which I guess is nice, because the only thing I was concerned about there is, before telling someone, yeah, go ahead and vent, are you looking for lots of people to chime in and say, oh, I'm so sorry, and all that kind of... Because that's a lovely feeling, but it's not guaranteed, you know? So if you want that human reaction... yeah, sorry guys, this is just a discussion that took place this morning. A dead name, I haven't actually read that yet. That is when if you... As I understand it, and apologies in advance if I get this wrong, I'm not a representative of the trans community in any way. And nor what I presume to be. But a dead name is, say you transition from your birth gender to... say you were born male and you transition to female. Your name is Stephen. You changed it to Stephanie or something completely different. As most people do. They don't go with a variant of the original name. I don't think someone calling you by accident your old name, Steve... Just because they know you, they're friends. They've known you as that for maybe 10, 20 years. That's a tricky adjustment to make, and people will slip up. I've done it. And it didn't cause any problems, didn't cause any upset, but I felt very awkward about it. I was like, sorry about that. And when you know, it's like calling someone the wrong gender after they've transitioned. It's a fuck up. It happens. But if someone does it maliciously, like refusing to call you what you've asked to be called, to just troll you, or basically, or to signal that they are not happy with what you've done, or with your the new reality that they're facing, they will just insist on calling you by this name. I think that's where the dead name. Don't use it, it's dead. Am I getting that right? Like I said, not an expert. So confused. But yeah, Guns N' Roses, I think that's it. And I think it is used sometimes like in a reactionary way, like if someone makes an honest mistake, don't dead name me, and then it's a little bit like, alright, everybody calm down, these things happen. But like Elon Musk, for example, was famously in the news not that long ago. One of his kids, I believe, has a gender reassignment and everything, but Musk refuses to acknowledge it and just calls them by their old name and by their old gender and all that stuff. And to do that to your own child, it just seems a little bit strange. So yeah, you get these people who try to make a point out of it. I think that's when it is. That's where it comes from. Right? Anyway, that is tricky waters potentially getting into. Really like the glass Atro from Aya, whatever it is, the one with the mirror. Yeah, the dummy. Icon text particles. Yeah. yeah, usually it is. I mean, the version that I deal with, you sometimes have two particle elements. That's true, but it's basically an image and then a set of mathematical rules on what happens to that image in a 2D or 3D space. But yeah, I'm simplifying, I'm sure. Kel, I use Adric Spear for my Arcanist, no skills at all, just for the passives. There we go, there's another great example. And the Jed, thank you very much for the follow. If I ever do subclass, I would have the Sork Lightning. Well, there we go, that's perfect. My DK, extra damage, defy poison and lightning. I like it. Marvelous Beard on my Bow Warden with the poison. I use Ardent Flame and just Noxious Breath and all the passives boost poison a lot. Perfect. Yeah, EU and NA. Yes, we are indeed. NA has grown to over 100 people now. So we might actually start being able to do trials every time we put a sign up. So often they get cancelled because we need like 2-3 people. It's like, so close. But we are just about to hit that critical mass, I think, where we can do that much more regularly. My wife does work overnight, so I'm up all night. Okay. Gods and Raiders, you know what I love most about you guys to other ESO streamers? You do everything. I should be careful reading this. My head's going to inflate and my headset is going to break, isn't it? But thank you in advance for the compliment, Raiders. Let's try this. You know what I love most about you guys to other ESO streamers? You do everything with heart and own self-will to help everyone. You guys don't gate any information or send us places where it's costly. Genuine, pure, hard workers, and you guys deserve so much more recognition. Well, thank you. I feel like we're getting recognition, especially after Tenfest. People were super into it. It is hard to act as a conduit of information. Like, you go to one of Zynode's streams and you see him working his ass off. Sure, he's promoting his builds, his guides, his content, but he doesn't make those guides to mislead anyone. I would disagree with maybe some of his PvE advice for sure, because I'm wondering, like, what's the end result here? Is that something which is going to be teaching someone a particular build, or helping them to understand the game better overall? And that's a problem with PvP builds a lot, isn't it? If you like just give someone one build and tell them that's the only thing you ever need to use, that could be a tricky one, because it is often what players want to hear, but is it what they need to hear? But you only have to spend 5 minutes on Zynode's stream to see how hard he's working to promote that stuff. But yeah, I guess I'm totally down with the fact that we're not saying use our stuff only. Use whatever you like. I will happily promote or mention. This one is pretty cool, isn't it? Other streamers whose work I think or I know is excellent. Like Kujo earlier, she made this great video. Kamul's PvP builds, I don't have to use them to know. Hyper, once again, I don't have to use a setup put together by him to know that it's going to be good, that it's going to work. So long as you use it for what he says it's for. I think that's a problem. He does try and delineate, this is for beginners, this is advanced. But if people don't pay enough attention to that and don't realize that what they're looking at is a pretty advanced tanking build, maybe not for someone who's new to the game. But there's only so much you can do, right, as a creator. But thanks for the compliment, Raiders. Really appreciate it, always. Bobby Ezekiel seat. My left-hand thumb and pointer finger don't work, and I have no strength in it, so I can't even move the sticks on the controller. I have to push the controller with my right hand to use the left sticks. I can see why you would want a simpler rotation, not just because you can't, but just because who can be bothered? You don't want to have to do something which might fall by the wayside when the boss fight gets complicated. Yeah, I totally see the appeal of keeping it super simple. I'd be interested to know how that works. Is it the one bar thing? It seems like it's important just to eliminate bar swapping as a problem. But is it heavy attacks specifically? Do they help? Or would an Arcanist beam, for example, be just as good? Because that's the thing you don't have to hold down. You just press it and it goes. The thing with the heavy attacks, you have to hold it down. And people have lots of different disabilities with their hands, injuries, whatever. But a lot of them complain that holding this thing down all the time is not good. This is bad. So I think a lot of the arguments made over the years about OpenSole is for accessibility. If you don't like OpenSole, you hate the disabled. Is not only wrong, I think it's bad faith to say that. Because a lot of people with disabilities or difficulties in their hands do not like heavy attack builds at all, and never have. But it's trotted out as a reason to leave OpenSole alone by people who don't have any issues like that, and who are just sort of using it to bolster their own position sometimes. And Mrs. T, hello, sorry I missed you coming in. And Inknu. Morning, morning, morning. And Wolfstripe Rose is agreeing with something. That's got to be a good thing. Saladay, if they do bother to learn the name of every bloody new pope, they can also call people by their name. And hey, Aussie Ant, thank you so much. Hello there. I really miss the way old games were built. Oh no, let's not go down there. I know what you mean. An MMO also, like, the way that the MMOs work now, they have to have so many overlapping systems, and they wanted the combat in this game to be really different. And they succeeded, but it does mean, especially with them keep adding layers to it, there are so many sets. There's scribing, there's subclassing, there's so many weapon skill lines. How are we supposed to understand this all? Like, I've been literally studying this, I feel like, for years, and I will still fuck it up every now and again. I will say that passive is the one that does this, and then look it up and realize, no, I'm mixing it up with that other one. So yeah, it's a nightmare, and you sometimes register this in other content creators, the pressure of having to, like, know what they're talking about on stream in front of everyone. It doesn't happen often, but occasionally I feel like I spot that moment where they're like, oh, I hope I get this right. You know? I would love, Akari, if you're on NA, this is my @ name. Yeah. Well, if you're joining the guild, then let's do it. Let's do it. And it won't even be a carry, because on the NA server, I think we'll start very small. Like on the EU server, we do... The only thing we don't do that is open is, like, hard mode teaching for the very latest. And frankly, even that does happen sometimes. We've got a Sanity's Edge group, which just started up, and it was relatively open. It had requirements, though, obviously. We've had some Dread Sail hard modes, open runs, where, again, there need to be requirements in place, but they're essentially open. We don't need to know and vet people before they come in. But most of the other stuff, we'll just throw it on open and just trust people. And on the NA server, I think we'll be doing a lot more normal trials, or just plain vet trials. Maybe not normal, we'll see. It depends what people are asking for. But yeah, we should definitely do this. You're going to help healing and have a DPS that doesn't stand in the red and never understand mechs. I mean, just doing stuff together. That's the thing. I think it says right at the top of the Ninja Puller's Discord, we prefer good people to good players. The ideal Ninja Puller is both. I think that's a bit of wording that Maya tweaked a few times, but I love it. It sums us up perfectly. We do love it when we can crush the really, really hard content. But if we can't do that, but we're still having fun and socializing, big deal. I hate the idea of having my time wasted or wasting other people's time. That's the main thing to avoid. Whoops, I didn't mean to sell that. I just installed this add-on, Trait Buddy, which is now, like, throwing me off with all these research icons everywhere. I decided it was time to get my shit together and actually research everything on every character. But I'm not going to do that on stream, because that is complicated and involves a lot of thinking. Which oh man, I don't even know if I have the energy for it. I can barely keep up with chat. Look at me, I'm doing terrible. Speaking of which, Nathan Shelley, hello. And welcome on in. And Marvelous Beard saying, to be fair, some people don't want to learn anything about the game, just copy, build, and play. Makes sense. And Miss Tia snuck in quietly. Moose, even the people with disabilities like that, loved holding heavy attack. Telling other people you hate the disabled is honestly mentally... I mean, like I said, I don't think people with actual disabilities were doing this. I think it was the people who had, for whatever reason, developed an allegiance to this particular mythic. And to the build, you know, capital T, capital B. The lifestyle, you know. Oaken Soul got pushed into this weird place very, very quickly, where it became mutually exclusive to so many other things. And it just was not helpful, and players on both sides created that dynamic. Alright, now I need to go and unearth an antiquity for my daily. This is great. It's my favourite thing about Zeal of Zenithar, and that it reminds me to dig these damn things up. And Ozzy, you're welcome. Well, thank you again. Bob, my right hand is fine. It's just the left stick. And D-pad I can't use as well. Block is very hard for me. I had to stop tanking. Oh, no! Ah, man, I can see that. I'm curious if you ever got anywhere with like an MMO mouse. Like one of those crazy mice that people use for WoW and other MMOs that have more macros and combos and stuff like that as part of it. What should I dig up? What have we got here? Generally prioritize the stuff that I've never dug up before. So let's go Solstice. Alright, we've got a couple of epic chat points here. Let's catch up with those. Moose, when someone's only argument or point is telling me how I feel, they've lost. Good thing I'm not on PC. I'm a terrible person. I'm just gonna laugh and move on. But we know that's not true. Salander, up to Arcanist, I would understand the heavy attack equals accessibility part, but given Arc and our subclassing are a thing, it's just nonsense. You have a lower input per minute builds that have better damage. Also, heavy attack means 2 seconds of holding a button, which is more strain on fingers than tapping an ability. Yeah, which then lasts for 5 seconds. That's sort of the point I'm making, yeah. So I don't think the argument holds up. I don't think it ever did, but certainly before Arcanist there was more merit to it. I think a lot of it is more to do with... hey, this was easy for me to understand. The other stuff is a hassle for my brain. You know, and I don't want to jump through all those hoops of getting to that. So anything I can do to keep this playstyle that I'm familiar with, anything to keep that above water, I will do it. And that's what leads to these arguments where people are maybe a little bit over-invested in a thing and don't realize that there are viable alternatives, and yeah. But that's just my take. Wolf's Right Rose, good morning here. It is just about afternoon here in England. I was agreeing on dead names. I see, yeah. Using someone's preferred name is respect. There we go. Tony instead of Anthony is preferred name. Yeah, that's a really good point. I say this when people come to the stream. It's more about pronunciation. But if someone's got a name... like, we've got a lovely player in the Discord called Purple Glue. And for some reason, I was calling her Glue for a while. And after a couple of raids, she whispered me and said, by the way, it's purple. Glue just sounds weird. And as soon as I read the message, I thought, yeah, that's right. Hey, Glue, how's it going? But she only had to ask me once, and I don't think I've fucked it up since. Because that's respect. If I deliberately mess it up, that's weird and bad by me. Like, socially, it's a bad attitude. If I just mess it up by accident and said, oh, sorry, and she had to correct me again, then different thing. So yeah, Rose, I agree. It is respect. Tony instead of Anthony is a preferred name. I tend to show people how it feels to use their formal name instead of their nickname. Not the same thing, but it hits a nerve, and there are some who learn and respect, and some who brush me off. To me, it's about respect. Not showing respect is, I could go on, you said it well, that's what I was agreeing to. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time to type all that out. I really appreciate the added perspective. This is how nerdy I am. and because Maya and I have been rewatching some Star Trek recently, there's an early episode of The Next Generation Star Trek where the character Data is referred to as Data by the new Doctor, who's introduced as a bit of a cunt, basically. Excuse my French, but that is... She later develops and she changes her ways, but she's basically a massive, like, synthetic racist. She treats Data in the way that, I don't know, like an elderly law enforcement person might interact with a person of color in like an 80s TV show. You know what I mean? It draws upon that same dismissive, oh, whatever. And he says, well, what's the difference? And he says, one of them is my name, the other is not. Because he is incapable of feeling anything. It takes all of the, like, oh, don't be such a baby about it. And he's just saying, well, you are mistaken to call me that, and to continue doing so is disrespectful. And it's like a moment where it's like the first step in her learning not to be such a dick. But this is way back. This is in the late 80s. And they didn't do a great job with it, but hey, it's Star Trek. It just reminds me of that. Thank you for following. Jaded, appreciate it. And Bob, my wife, and I, most of the time do everything just us two. We can do most vet runs, but most of the time we help others to get their monster helms. I see. So yeah, very, very chill. And that's another reason why you're not so worried about all the things you can do to your setup. If you're not practicing Sunspire hard nodes and your group isn't, oh, we're so close to the DPS check, or whatever, or Dread Cell hard modes or something like that, that is when the pressure to bring the damage really begins to set in. And a lot of people make this argument that you still don't need maximum damage. When the trial was released, you know, the damage cap was 20k lower. So why do you need me to be pumping on all cylinders? And it's like, there are lots of reasons, and we're not going to get into that. But basically, if the group is ambitious, everyone should be trying to fire on all cylinders. And if only 10 people or 6 people are doing it, and the rest are laying back in the cut, expecting the teammates to do the heavy lifting, that's when it becomes a problem. And that is when the social, not just the min-maxy, but the actual social component of the group fails. Because again, it's about a lack of respect. So you're expecting the tank to work twice as hard because you can't be bothered bringing a setup with more damage. The tank wants the fight over as quickly as possible. That's what I would say. It's often misunderstood, I feel like. But yeah, most of the time, that doesn't apply. And you could bring very, very little damage. It's just not going to be an issue. I think people who make that point are absolutely right. Salad having a second bar doesn't mean having to use it. Exactly, yeah. The slot passive stuff there. G'day, mate. Yeah, thanks, Nathan. And Ella, I remember after ESO released what it was like before the add-ons came. Love the very first add-on that was basically Trait Buddy. Forget the name, something. I see, I've never used it before. You don't run out on these, do you? So, I'm good. Yeah, this is the first time I've used an add-on like that. Oakenstalk builds are good. Some would objectively disagree, but it depends what you're after. If it gets all the content done that you want to do with it, what's wrong with it? And if no one in your group has any cause to complain, could you maybe bring a little extra damage or whatever? Then yeah, who cares? But if you were to go to Lucht's stream when he's on and say Oakenstalk builds are good, you would get a 30-minute, not a lecture, but a 30-minute presentation on why that is not true, basically. Or why that is occasionally true, but often wrong. I'm not going to get into that, but the truth is that it was OP for a while, and that the devs have allowed it to slide out of the meta slowly but surely to the point where there's rarely an example where if you want a heavy attack build, Oakenstalk isn't the best mythic. If you want a one-bar build, Oakenstalk isn't the best mythic. So situationally, there's a lot more to say, but I don't have a problem with anyone using it. As long as they don't go around preaching to new players that this is the best build, because that would be wrong and bad and misleading, I don't have a problem with it at all. And like I said, I don't care really what anyone brings to any content. If they are in my trial group and they are failing to do their job, and let's face it, that's usually not to do with the build, that's to do with them not listening or something like that. That's the first time anyone's going to really have a problem with me. Or with anyone in Ninja Pools. Oh, sorry, you said open source builds are God. Not good. Well, that one I can't argue with. The nature of God, that is an entirely different discussion. Insurances. So yeah, I'm not even gonna fight you on that one. Bob, I don't see that. I see most people saying you suck at the game. They're not saying it because of a disability. It's because I'm not as good as them. It's got very little to do with... Most of the time... I don't know, man. I think most of the time... I might have did a video about this way back when. We've said it many times. It's actually quite rare that you'll encounter... that you will fail in ESO because of a skill issue. Of course, there is a skill component to this game. The vast majority... It's about knowledge. It's like having access to good knowledge, or having understood something, or having taken the time to read the tooltip, or just having been given bad advice when you were new to the game. Not by someone who was trying to fuck with you, but just someone who didn't know any better and was trying to help. And who said, this is how you do things, and they were wrong. I don't know. I've run a teaching guild for about 5 years. I think I've earned the right to say, to comment on this. It's almost never a skill issue. It's just not a thing. It's perfectly natural that is where we jump to. That's our automatic assumption. But actually, if it comforts you in any way to hear, I wouldn't worry about it. It's unlikely to be much of a skill component. It's more likely the build, the rotation, not having the best info, whatever. That is probably accounting for a larger drop in damage than all the rest. Again, I don't want to simplify it too much, because game is hella complicated, but 9 times out of 10, at least, I would say that's like guaranteed. And this is also the reason for the huge power gap, right, between what people call the ceiling and the floor. The players are the very, very, very top, because they are... Not only do they know more about the game, they know it extremely well. They've been playing for years, some of them. Some of them for over a decade now. But it's the way that they share that knowledge. None of them are tied to their build. They don't give a shit what build they have. They will shift immediately into whatever is the most powerful. If someone in their group, or if some shared knowledge makes them realize, if they're prompted to see that they're not actually running the most powerful option in all scenarios, they will change just like that. Whereas people who are further down the food chain tend to be much more ideologically tied to a particular build or a playstyle or a class, and we get more stubborn as a result. If it works, let me use it, which is totally fine. But if you're just chasing the numbers, you can't have that attitude. You've got to be able to ditch. I'm just trying to read this. I try to read these always. Someone took the time to write them, you know? Ella, thanks for the heads up about your mouse. 12 buttons just on the thumb side, 2 more on top. Left scroll and right scroll click. Yeah. Rose, my son still plays on PC and with no add-ons. I bow down to those who played or still play without add-ons. Ritz map pins, knowing where mats are treasured, those are my quality of life add-ons. Yeah. I think most combat I could do without add-ons. The one I would miss the most is action duration reminder, because the in-game timers just are nowhere near as good. And that, if people use fancy action bar, that's the same thing, pretty much. But yeah, Bob, easy kill, I don't know if you saw that. But I just did 25k DPS on that guy, which is absolute garbage. Because there are various things about that just didn't work. I'm on a trash setup right here, so obviously I'm missing all the passives that would make this good. But I have 2 skill lines that I'm not using. This is an AoE setup for taking on large amounts of ads, and it'll mop them up much more effectively. So yeah, there's also that. Like you were saying, I'm prioritizing AoE, and if you take exactly the same setup into boss fights, single target fights, it's very unlikely it's going to perform as well. That's one of the reasons Arcanist, one of the many reasons Fate Carver is so freaking valuable, because it does all of those things with just one button. I said this in Zynode stream, and he was like, well, you got to build for it. And I was thinking, of course you do, but it's kind of crazy strong, even if you don't build for it. Because it has range, it has single target pressure, it has incredible cleave, it ticks multiple times a second, it's very bursty, it's cheap. It's direct damage, which right now is very valuable and easy to buff. It shields you, It can heal you if you have Reaving Blows, the CP slot, all of these things, and yeah. It's one of the reasons why Arcanist is so good, is that you can just take a very similar setup, almost an identical setup, anywhere with you, and it kind of gets the job done very well. Whereas here, you can see how crap that was. If I went to the target dummy with this character right now, let's just try it against 3 targets and see the difference. So everything died in 2 hits instead of 5 or whatever. Just because my damage actually scales up with the number of enemies, and that's like, nothing in Overland content is a good way to measure your damage capabilities, obviously. But it's just a little example of why this particular setup I'm using is terrible against a single target. Samuel saying, yeah, would be cool. I was hoping to ask a dev about the cross-play platform, how it's going. My main is on console. Oh, I'm going to come back to that in a minute. I wouldn't get your hopes up. They never announced that it was a thing. You've been lied to by YouTubers who wanted clicks. All they said is that they're investigating whether or not it's possible. I'm not saying they're not working on it, but Rich Lambert was literally in our stream saying, yeah, I never said that. Never said it. Here's what I actually said. So yeah, a little bit sad, because it is such an exciting prospect for so many people, but there is a chance that it was just a bit of idle chat and that we're never going to see it. So I'm really annoyed with the people who made YouTube videos saying, confirmed! It's like they knew they were bullshitting, and they just did it anyway. And this is one of the problems with misinformation ESO. It's not the problem, but that YouTube incentivizes you to just talk out of your ass. It really does. Because it's quicker, right? What's quicker? Just to say, this is BIS. Confirmed. Or actually do hours of research and discover what actually works. Which is what we do before we put something on YouTube. Yeah, so that's a little bit sad. And yes, Samuel, that has ended a couple of days ago. That's why today's stream is a little bit chill. So it was 10 days, and it finished on the 3rd? On the 2nd, really. On the night of the 2nd. And then Maya and I took the 3rd and the 4th off, and here we are back on Saturday the 5th. But we've got lots more coming up. We've got another event planned for Halloween already. So yeah, all that good stuff is coming. Elemental use a Razer MMO mouse. Nice. Yeah, I use the Razer, it's the Nari, right? That I use? I always forget the name. The one with the swappable panel on the left. I use the 6-button panel. The 12-button panel is a bit too much for this game. And 2 wasn't quite enough. I feel like I need 4 buttons on the side. But yeah, they're sort of luxuries. Like I can press auto run, mount, and shift, all with my mouse. So I just did all that without my keyboard hand doing anything. I'm literally scratching my neck. So you know, I can turn on auto run, I can mount up, and I can sprint. That helps a lot. I can also press E and R for like interacting with stuff. I can loot this Columbine right here. Press R to loot it, mount up again, and sprint. I could do all of that stuff without even touching my keyboard. I don't know why that's so helpful, but I guess if you're playing the game really long term and you're trying to do multiple things at once, it can be quite helpful to be able to drink or eat or I don't know what else. Just not divide your attention quite so much. So MMO mouse, yeah, it can be a game changer for some people. Other people not so much. Like Maya doesn't use that functionality as much, but even she uses it a fair bit. I can also open map, by the way. That's also bound to the mouse. I've mapped M, so I can just toggle that on and off. Because I do not like a minimap add-on. Get that thing off my screen. I know loads of people love a minimap, but if I want to check where I'm going, I can just do this. And then it's easier to see. And I don't have to put up with... Like, I hate clutter. Right now, Honest Toil and the Golden Pursuits in the top right-hand corner is really triggering me. I want it gone. I don't like anything getting between me and the game. And the original UI can be quite invasive. But they made it pretty customizable. You can turn a lot of elements off. Salander saying, it's rubbish, only inefficient. What are the objective? But it's kind of pointless debating it, because people don't attend to reason. Yeah, I guess. Worst thing about using controller is riding your mount and trying to jump over something and getting off your mount to pick a flower, because the jump is the same as use. Yeah. And Elemental, he'd also learned by then the importance of a name to an individual biological, and was demonstrating the appropriate social response to the breach. Love data, yeah. So I'm way behind here on chat, and I should catch up. Most think there's an add-on that prevents that. I think that's true. Also on console, we have a few gamepad templates on the top of the gameplay settings section. Change jump to a different button. Good call. Sadly, yes, ended on Wednesday. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, that must be Maya watching us from bed. Confused me for a moment. I didn't type that. Hey Maya, if you're still here. Trying to get them to start Tenfest 2. I will start work right now, but the first step in Tenfest 2, I'm sorry guys, is going to be me asking y'all for a bunch of subs and follows and all of that stuff, or stuff on Patreon, anything that can... And don't worry, I'm not asking for that right now, but that is going to be step 1, because it was an enormous exercise. We're very happy to do it, but ultimately, it's sort of the same calculus always. Like, if we're doing this, it means we're not doing things that could make us a lot more money. I mean, it's our choice. But we will always ask the community to support it, to enable it in any way they can. But yeah, that'll be step 1 in getting set up for Tenfest 2, or 12Fest, or whatever you end up calling it. And Bobby to go, yeah, tried a few different ones, not the ones here, but I don't do too well with change. It's good for the brain. Is there anything I'd say? That mental elasticity. You know, it's supposed to be very good for us to change our operating system, or to change things like keyboard inputs, try new games, get a new phone, which has a different OS on it, get a new TV, you know, all these things, and to have to force ourselves to cope with that stuff. The older we get, the more we get into our, like, 40s and 50s, especially. Is it neuroplasticity? That it's supposed to really, really benefit from that. That is not me trying to sound preachy. I'm just saying, from what I've heard, you know, the little bit of pop psychology I know, there may be more benefit to it than just the hassle of, having to learn a whole bunch of new keybinds. Because I think we're all like that. That is definitely not just you. One of the first things I'm tempted to do when starting a new game is to remap some of the controls which irritate me. Like, why put crouch on C when I have control right there? But I don't always change it. Ella, so back then we absolutely had to have max alt characters made just to be banks or to split up crafting, since it would take too many skill points to support. The trait buddy was fabulous. I get it. So what is better than the oak for 1 bar? A lot of things. Would be cool if I could ask for a dev about the cross. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we already covered that. Sorry, Samwell. And catching up here. Give me a couple of minutes. I can make a quick 1 bar build. Thanks, Salander. Oriented for damaging group content. Marvelous Beard. I usually have a theme for my character, like nature, ranger type. I remember you talking to us about this. Poison, or my pestilence, bone, necro. And I even sacrifice damage or some efficiency to keep that theme. Yeah, I love this. Loads of players do that. Or loads would like to. Still, I try to be as effective as possible within that theme bubble. If I realize it doesn't work, I scrap it. I try another where I can combine the theme with more damage. I think that's exactly the right attitude. There is a psychological component which is going to vary from player to player. Like, how engaged do you feel when your character does a thing? And for some people, it very quickly goes out the window. I know people who hate Arcanist because it was like, I'm not doing something from moment to moment. Whereas I quite enjoy, I know that the beam ticks multiple times a second. I like being able to reposition it as it's firing. That gives me some sort of feedback. People who don't get that are getting bored of it. And the fact that it was meta and everywhere and they were pressured into running it in almost every group made it even less desirable. There's a lot of psychology going on here in dictating our response to a thing or affecting our response. You tried to go without your 1 bar build, used all my DK passives, could only hit 12k DPS that way. Right. I'm on EU right now. I've looked at all the meta builds, and in my brain, it doesn't make sense. Don't call yourself stupid, man. I guarantee you it's not that. Sure, there may be some things which come more easily to different people, but it's not that. They didn't make the game to be brutally hard to understand. There is a little bit of that because it's just so complicated. There is a little bit of that, I won't lie. But basically, I think I did a DPS video on this a while ago. And it was to do with 100k DPS on any setup, on any character. It's not that hard. And I don't tell people how to get there. But one of the things I say towards the end is about constructing a rotation. And I talk about, it's like making a cake. You've got to have the layers in there. Those are your dots. So things like your blockade of fire, your stampede, whatever. What else might we have? I mean, these are terrible. Let's just say, for example, so these two. Those are the layers of the cake, right? There's the buffs as well. These are my primary dots. Then there's often a secondary component which gives rhythm to the rotation. That's like the filling. So we are talking about stuff like Merciless Resolve if you fire it. We're talking about the Templars, Power of the Light. In the case of the Dragon Knight, the most obvious one would be Talons. Every 5 seconds. Talons, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talons, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or in the case of Sorcerer, Daedric Prey, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Daedric Prey, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the structure. Because this is an incredibly powerful, high damage ability, which has a shorter or medium cooldown. You can only cast it X number of times per minute, or you're losing damage. Like if you cast it early, you'll lose damage from it. You don't get that with Merciless Resolve, but obviously you cannot recast it early because you won't have the stacks up. Again, that is if you're using it. Same with Flail and Fate Carver. They're kind of a little bit different, but again, you don't want to press Fate Carver until you've built up the crux first. So it's the same kind of thing. And this is universal to almost all rotations, damage rotations in ESO. So you have those two things. And then you have, finally, the icing on the cake, spammable. So in this case, on this trash setup, that would be Carve, but normally it wouldn't be that. It would be, you know, your surprise attack, your molten whip. And that is just what you fill in the gaps with. And I did a little graphical representation of this in the video as well. Also explode some myths about weaving in there. I guess the video must have done alright, because 8 Puppies just released basically the same thing a year later. So he must have liked the idea, and he's a smart man. It got a lot of views. I hope it helped some people. I definitely got some shit talked at me. Oh, what are you talking about? Elitist, whatever. But I think people who actually watched it and paid attention got something out of it. A lot of people were saying, man, I never knew this about weaving. Never seen anyone actually explain it before. Which, again, is part of the problem. It's very easy to come across misinformation or just to get the wrong idea. The game doesn't teach us quite what we need to know. And often in the early game, it rewards us for doing the wrong thing. It gives us the wrong idea. And then if we're sure that the game has told us this is how to play, and you get some player being obnoxious and telling you, you're doing it wrong, you're supposed to do it this way, you're supposed to light attack in between all your abilities, you're supposed to do this. The game never told us any of that. No surprise that a lot of people push back against that and think, this person's being an asshole, they're trying to tell me how to play. No. And they will ignore it and become resistant. Or defensive or whatever. This is the dynamic which causes a lot of the conflict or whatever you want to call it later on in the game, when people start doing veteran dungeons and they get flamed because their damage is unexpectedly low or whatever. And this is where I'm in agreement with Kamul and all of you earlier who was saying we should really get a better, more robust tutorial, a series of tutorials in this game. That is where I feel strongest on that, because nothing's sadder than new players having that, developing that relationship with the game where it's like, cool, I'm in a feedback loop where the game is telling me this stuff, but it's ultimately not. It's not telling us the right things. Does that make sense? And Kel saying they put words into his mouth and run with crossplay is happening. And to me, it was just him confirming Zos understand that players want this. They're looking at how it could be possible for the other side, not a conversation that is happening yet. It did look like Rich was also stepping in because Matt Firewall may have said a little too much, and Rich is like, I watched it back, and it did read a little bit that way. He had a smile on his face. Let's make sure people don't get the wrong idea here. But like I said, I would love to see it happen. I really would. I think that'd be great. So if they really are seriously looking into it, I wish them the best of luck with it, and I hope that these YouTubers who essentially tried to lie to us or to get cheap clicks will be able to look back and pretend that they were right. I hope that that happens, even though they don't deserve it. It's not just ESO. Marvelous Beard saying clickbait and drama farm is meta these days in content creation. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. Gacha games is like 20% games and 80% who was mean to who. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. Jinx, yeah. Marvelous Beard, I use Logitech mouse, 2 side buttons. I double bind them, and without Shift Plus, but all my keybinds are around WASD2. There we go, yeah. Yeah. And thanks for the hug, Maya. Ella, don't use my MMO mouse for FPSs, use the LG. Oh, so you literally have 2 different ones. I use the same mouse for everything, but I can see that. I do have a Logitech something. What is this called? The MX Vertical. You're one of those ergonomic mice? Ergonomic mice for olds. I mean, it's not for olds. It's for productivity. And when I'm doing video editing, which used to be my job and still is, now I'm doing content creation, there's still a lot of that. There is a lot of mousing around, and frankly, although I'm perfectly happy to game with my regular mouse, I do love the fact that I'm switching between them. It means I'm not going to get as much strain from just having my hand like clawed up in the same position all the time. Solstice dailies are trolling me. Gotten 5 motifs, 3 are duplicates. What kind of RNG is that? Typical. Anything you miss about the old nuggets had the little extra bit on the right side your pinky would lay on. Yeah, mine doesn't have that anymore. It's got one for the ring finger, but not the pinky. Don't own a phone, never had a cell phone, 50 years old. Just a fun fact. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't change what I'm saying. You know what I mean, though, about, like, trying new things. The older we get, and it doesn't start when you're 50. I think it starts very early. It probably starts when you're about 15. That, like, I have to learn how to deal with a new thing. Nuh-uh, I'm out. It's why, the stereotype in the 80s was, like, grandma doesn't know how to use the VCR. You know? And the 90s, it was mum doesn't know how to use her phone. And, you know, it continues to be there. No matter what generation we're in, there's going to be another stereotype along those lines. And as I understand it, as I've read it, you know, explained and reported by much more knowledgeable people than me, it is to do with that neuroplasticity fading. Of our ability to make that switch does fade over time. It's not... Evolutionarily, it hasn't been as advantageous for us to be flexible in old age. Even in middle age, frankly, let's face it, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about old age here. So yeah, if there's a way to do that, I think Sudoku is often talked about, isn't it? As one of the things, and like cryptic crosswords. There are also like mobile games that are specifically designed to do this. I think I'm gonna be spending more time on these types of things in the coming years. Just because that's something, as a lover of tech, I just would like that to be minimal. You know, my inability to engage with new tech. Ella, never played so many MMO games. I have muscle memory concerning certain types of attacks or situations. So I do the remapping keybinds ASAP, yeah. Or even which attack type goes to which button. Yeah, I know what you mean by that too. Like putting your spammable in the same place on every character. That's definitely a thing that I've done. I played EverQuest for 14 years, and that was a straightforward DPS game. Coming from that MMO to this MMO 20 years later doesn't make sense to me. It's a very different game. Man, you should talk to Rich Lambert sometime. He was an EverQuester. That's where he met his wife. And that is one of the experiences which led him to say, you know, to Todd Howard, Todd, can we have an MMO? Can we have Elder Scrolls MMO, please? It's a really good idea, trust me. And evidently, that's not quite how he tells it, but evidently he did that enough times that Todd was like, alright, you, in my office. So we're actually going to do this thing, and, yeah. No joke, that's like part of the story of how it happened. Obviously, ZeniMax needed to have faith in it. It wasn't just a matter of Rich saying, Todd, can we do this? And Todd giving him finger guns and going, I like you. Let's go. But, you know, that's like the simplified version. For Rainbow Six Siege, I remapped my melee, throwable and unique ability to the buttons of my mouse. Still full movement while aiming. See, there we go. That sounds immediately like a very smart move. Remapping buttons is like... is super, super cool. It's a smart move. But, for, you know, in a way that makes sense for that individual game, maybe. Not just in the way that I was saying, for comfort. I'm used to this, therefore. But it might make you more effective at a game early on. Like, one of the reasons I hated Dark Souls for a long time. I'm still not convinced that... I still think those games are overrated. But it's because I insisted on playing them in order. And the first Dark Souls game is an absolute abomination on mouse and keyboard. It is one of the worst ports I have ever played. And I've played some really bad ones. So playing that with mouse and keyboard just sucks. And yeah, I soldiered through it. I tried to make it work, but it involved a lot of rebinding to make it even remotely palatable. And yeah, for the longest time I was so confused. Why does anyone like this series? It's just Dark Souls, the first one, sucked on mouse and keyboard. I think they're all supposed to be better on controller, aren't they? But, whatever. Oh no, you posted a link. Sorry, let me just... Alright, so Salander posted this a few minutes ago, and I completely missed it. And just going back to Bobby's going saying, this is my understanding of ESO gameplay. You have to play with others to get the buff you need, and don't get the gear that does that goes with your skills. Don't hit what they tell you to do. But like I said, this is my understanding. That's partly right. Like, so the power potential of your group increases with every player, because there's no way you can get all the buffs you want. The buffs and stats. It's not just buffs. Buffs and stats and all the shit that you want. You cannot get that with one player. You just can't. You can't cram it all into that particular space. That you have a limited budget for stats. This is also why the general rule with building for damage is build for damage. Don't build for tankiness, healing, or sustain. Or at least only build to the absolute bare minimum that you need in order to survive. If you get bonuses along the way, yeah, sure, take it, absolutely. But don't try to make your DPS tanky. You will fail, because if you can just kill everything in 2 hits, you don't need sustain. You don't need survivability. This is the way, as the Mandalorian would say. So a lot of people fall into that trap. That they try to build like they might in Skyrim, and they put too much tankiness and healing into their setup. It's like, no, you could just kill things fast and get some free heals on every kill. From smart use of CPs or proc sets or whatever. Generally just pursue damage constantly. Make sure you have a basic suite of buffs on you at all times. And for every additional person in your group, see if you can add some more. Luxuries like that. But the basics we should be bringing ourselves. Major Resolve is a good one. If you don't have a tank who's bringing... a tank or a healer, I guess. Who's bringing... what am I doing? This one. Expansive Frost Cloak. You must bring it yourself. You must bring Major Resolve. I mean, in Overland. You've just been seeing me running around Overland and killing stuff. That's fine. But in dungeons, and even some world bosses, if you don't have Major Resolve, you'll really feel it. And you'll get wrecked. Then Major Brutality and Brutality and Sorcery are next. That's a straight up damage buff. Then Savagery and Prophecy are after that, and that's the critical damage buffs. And then after that, you want to start looking at your critical damage. Your penetration as well, obviously, but again, an easier content, not really a big deal. And that's mostly it. Like, that's the basic stuff, isn't it? Then after that, you can start looking at Minor Force, Major Force, and all the many, many things. Heroism, courage, toughness, all of these other abilities which are, or these buffs which are fantastic to have. And even in a group of 4, you should be able to get quite easily. And in a group of 12, if they're missing, then there's something wrong with that group. But yeah, so I would say you're right in that basic understanding of it. Haskas, hello! I'm sorry I'm late to this one. Do you guys think that we'll someday have the possibility to play Parmarat or other minor races? I do not think so, no. But I would love that. Wouldn't that be great? I hope that maybe in single-player games they might give us the ability to do that. Imagine being able to play as an Alfiq. Holy crap. It would just... it would break... I mean, for a start, there's the lore and the sort of the tradition. Lore is probably the wrong word to use, but every game has had... I think the first 2 games had 8 races, and after that they've always had 9. I think you couldn't play as an Imperial. That didn't exist in the first couple of games. What is old? Old people? Yeah. That's what I meant. I care if others think I see your opinion is like a butthole, we will have them. Yeah. Marvelous beard. I do that too. In every MMO, I have the same types of skills. Same. Yep. So, did you have a check at that link? Bob Easy Kill, before you go. Let's see that. Thanks all for listening to me ramble. Gonna log in with the wife. This is my @name in game. Gotcha. Well, let's get something arranged on the NA server, and we'll see if you can get. We don't need more cat races. Moose says, give us a dog or a moose. Muso riding a muso. Exactly. But yeah, Bob, if you're still here, definitely check out the link that I posted just a few messages above. That was Salander trying to put together a concept build for you, and if in case anyone doesn't want to or is unable to click on it, let me just say what it does. Tideborn, Deadly Strike, Slime Craw with a Fate Carver setup. So Herald of the Tome, Assassination, and Ardent Flame. Looks perfectly sensible to me. And then with Fate Carver as the main spam. Probably very different from what Bob has been running. But that doesn't make it bad. If anyone's watching on YouTube and wondering why I haven't responded, apologies. I just realized that is... the comment section is frozen there. But I'll fix that for next stream. Not to worry. Shall we get into Vengeance? I was going to do a couple of dailies here. Yeah, maybe I'll do those first. Hey, Acid Face. Got the moose mount. Now I just need myself to look like a moose. And Acid Face says, sorry I was so absent lately. No worries at all. I have some awesome news. For the past 3 weeks, I've been interviewing for a new job at my office. I didn't get that one. I got a senior manager position. I am now my boss's boss. No way. That was fantastic. I start 1st August. Super excited. So happy. Congratulations. It must be deserved. I love it. I just walked past an NPC clapping. Perfect timing. Oh, that's terrific. Yeah, really happy. Really happy for you. And don't worry about having been absent. That's fine. People can come and go as they please. Obviously, we love it if they make their way back. There's a Kind's Aegis one, but the helmet is so ugly. Yeah, Wild Hunt Skullcap. Don't know how you get that when I saw it. Let's have a look. I don't see a Wild Hunt Skullcap. So I guess I don't have that one. There are a few antlery hats though, for sure. The Redorun hat isn't the worst. Certainly not the best. But yeah, they would tend to make you look more like a deer than a moose. This one's pretty popular, the Bloodforge one. I think Hyper uses this on a couple of his characters. Medium one is a little bit weird. completely the wrong type of horns, but always coming back. This is a happy place. Love being here. Ah, thank you. Not moosey enough. Look like deer antlers. Yeah, exactly. Kind's I think, is the most moosey one. Yeah, you're right. That's not amazing, is it? I quite like the heavy head from there. Is it Vrol that has this one? I love the voiceovers in there. Yondir. I just love it. Jeffreen Paladin's probably the most stylish. Yeah, that's actually a good call. I know exactly the one you're talking about. Generally quite a disappointing style, I thought. It's got that weird rhinoceros horn on. But yeah, I see it. Bit of antlerage on the go there. Right, let's do a couple of these dailies real quick. Did anyone want to join for these, by the way? Just want a couple of free dailies. Temp ban is over at last. Yeah, sorry for that. I sent another link because the one I sent first was not good. Got a 10-minute ban, for God's sake. My apologies. Spamming Zoss on all kinds of social media begging for a moose map for years. Need to do that again now with a moose polymorph. I mean, we already got the cow polymorph, although I didn't buy that one, did I? So, Maya got it. I didn't think I got that one. What's it called? Minotaur? Yeah, either way, I don't have it. Adric Plough line instead of DK, change a bit here and there. Helmet you find in Deadlands also fits the bill. That might be a good call. So we've got the visage of Barney. Antlery-ish, but not really. That's... I don't know, that's moosey themed enough. I think that might work. Ah, damn, where's the one from the Deadlands? That one. That's a great helmet, I think. I love this one. There's some really stupid hats in this game. I haven't really been keeping track of what we're getting in this new... Oh, the legs are kind of nice. So this is the new style from the event. No, I do not want that hat. Thank you very much. There's my baby, the Keptu one. My most used. There are two of those though, right? No. There's one from Bloodroot Forge, which is that. There's another similar one. I thought there was, anyway. Oh, fuck, what even is this? Daedric Death Mask. Daedra Worshipper, do you dare wear a mask that strikes fear into the souls of ordinary mortals? Nonsense. I love these. These are so dumb. That is like a Mardi Gras type headgear. Brilliant. Yeah, I can't really see anything else that would work, Moose. But yeah, interesting challenge you've set for us. So I'm guessing there was nobody who wanted to join with these dailies. I'll just do them very quickly then. But if you, yeah, if you hit me up in game, or if you just say here, if you're on the E server, use the EU server. Sorry. Feel free to use chat. Hey chicken, bark! Something like that. Oh, come on. Such a pain when they do that. Where is it on the map? And they just show you the way to exit the current zone you're in. Man, that Pangrit was really puking. Oh, this is gonna suck if I'm by myself.
Thank the three queens. Are you all right? I'm done pretending to be brave. Time to run away.
I'm done pretending to be brave. I like it. There I go, following my own advice and slotting major resolve. Smart. Great, yeah, they need to just stop putting walls on the cities.
Queens bless you.
I have a question about lazy Rickcrafter stats. One sec. I will probably not be able to help with that, but I'll do my best.
Hi, are you here to help? Thank you. The college won't forget this.
Yeah, I guess somebody just killed the boss before I arrived. I think every daily, every boss daily I've done has been for this one. But yeah, Moose, whenever you're ready, hit us up with the Lazy Rickcrafter stats. Oh yeah, there's so much going on. Tuesday, PTS. We are going to be seeing a lot more of the Writhing Wall event, and yeah, they showed us a bit more on the stream the other day, but not a lot. They still left quite a lot to our imagination, so yeah, I'm looking forward to getting in and testing that. I'm actually quite curious about it. We are also going to be on the dungeons. This is PTS. Normally it goes live on Monday. It's happening on Tuesday this time. So you bookmark that if you want to get an early look at the Writhing Wall event. Maya and I are both going to check that out. And we're going to go in the dungeons and try to do all the new hard modes in the evening. We'll see. Still haven't got a delve daily or the very top delve in the left. Or for the, yeah. Very top one on the left. Carapace Cavern. I guess either I got one or I did the boss in there anyway. Quest gold is easy to understand. Okay, so this is about Lazy Rickcrafter. What is the total item value? If I was to sell all material from Ritz to a merchant, I'm on consoles. Is unlikely to be drawing gold info stuff from trading. That is a good question. It might be drawing the value stuff from trading. Does anybody know? That is a good question. So what Moose is asking is if you go to your Lazy Rickcrafter stats and you can see the total amount that you have earned. Most of it is very easy to understand, but some of it is unclear. Like, are they talking about value if you sold them on Guild Traders? Or are we talking about if you sold them to a merchant? Supply major breach. Great, we got no tank. So I have aggro. the attacks in this boss are really difficult to see. Do you know what I mean? It's just sort of waving its arm around vaguely, like a bad musical conductor. There's not that clear. There's not like a clear sense of, oh, I'm getting punched right now. Mine still's unproc. Oh shit. It really bugs me that the animation for the Mage's Guild ult is still bugged. I keep thinking it's not gone off when it has. Anyone else having that? That's actually kind of useful. So I got hit by the water jet for 4 ticks. But yeah, on an Arcanist, that would have been so much easier. Hey, Erin. Hey, we still got it, and it was aggroed on me for the most of that fight. Okay, that's one done. Okay, here we go. Apparently I've done 806 daily writs in 11 days. A grenade with the stats on PC, it seems to pull from TDC Master Merchant. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I'm not sure if console has access to that database yet. Does the total item value seem low? It is value if you sold them in guild traders, says Salander. That's what I would assume. But the feature may be... You know what? Like, it may just be not that great yet because it doesn't have super reliable numbers, or it doesn't have that many data points yet. So maybe just don't read too much into it for the time being and keep an eye on it, you know, after a few months. I realize that's not that helpful right now. It always checks for some sort of Master Merchant ATT selling price average. Yeah. Great. I wonder if they're maybe pulling from the PC database for now. I wonder that too. If it seems a little lower than what I expect for PC, it really could be pulling from console traders. Shapeless. Yesterday was hitting these bosses for the first time. Does it reset close to the end for some reason, or is it bugged? I think it just digs. Or if people run too far away. Specifically, I think the person it's aggroed on, if they run too far away, they get freaked out by the mechanic. Then, yeah, it might reset. Not so good. God damn it, this is the one I did just the other day. The crab boss only recently got access to Solstice, but from what I can tell, it has a really small zone you could be in compared to other bosses. Also seen some people say it resets if you resurrect in the boss area. Okay. That sounds like it's coincidence. Like if it's aggroed on someone, that person dies, then it aggroes on someone else, they run away, they reset it. But I've killed it a few times, and it's honestly not that hard. You just have to look after yourself, and I wasn't really aware of what I was standing in. And I wasn't spamming my shield. But if you bring an Arcanist with Pragmatic Fate Carver and Reaving Blows, you can pretty much just keep hitting the Fate Carver and shield and heal through everything. My guess, and this is a little bit cynical, but my guess would be so many people, especially if they're quite new or they're inexperienced, they don't do a lot of trials and they don't understand why this is a bad idea, they kite like crazy. People kite everything in this game. And everything resets, and it's a huge hassle. The only reason it doesn't create more problems is that the type of players who kite are generally not doing a lot of damage, so the boss very rarely aggroes on them. But you see it all the time. People leaving the boss area. So that if it does aggro on them when that happens, it will reset. But yeah, you go to any zone where like new players are wandering around and you'll see it. You know, people heavy attacking, I don't know, a Spriggan or a Haj Motor while running away from it in the opposite direction. Game does feel a little bit laggy, like that executioner just would not cast. I should really read these quests, I never really do. Had it reset today in the middle of the area. But can you be sure that no one had run away? Like I said, it's just a theory, it's not based on anything except what typically happens in this game, so I'm just jumping to conclusions. Definitely not saying that's what it is. And Sunday, if this is 11 days, 9 to 10 characters a day, it can be around that gold. Max, depending on luck, I guess. If they're doing max level crafting, I don't know console prices, but it could be achievable. Great, but the kiting actually raises my blood pressure. They're just running the bus out of everyone's dots. Exactly. This is just not how you play. You stand still and you dodge if you need to. Like, movement is important, but... Oh no, I was going to take the Sanguine Burst. Always fun. But yeah, as someone was saying in here just the other day, the movement... It can be too much. Players can overdo it. The crab boss definitely is bugged. It disappears in the middle of the arena and just respawns at full health. That's a shame. Is this person running Hollow Fang? Hang on, I'm done here. I don't need to do anything else. Crab boss is buggy as hell, resets when it pleases. Okay. I guess I've just been lucky I haven't seen that. But yeah, it sounds like... Sounds like it might be resetting when it shouldn't. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it just... If it does have to do with people... Because the mechanic kind of encourages you to get the hell away. Could be something like that. Seen people's companions reset bosses all the time. They need to take taunts away from companions. As far as I can tell, though, isn't that like the one use for companions when you have them as a tank? Like, as DDs, they're not that good. Healers, they're not that good. If you can get them to tank, and they can survive against something, that can be kind of handy. Because it just frees up the player to do way more damage than if they were blocking and dodging and whatnot. The crab resets when you get rezzed or res your companion. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I've been in the fight and I've seen those things happen and it didn't reset, so it can't be as simple as that. But whatever. I mean, there are so many things it could be, right? Anyway, what do we got? Nothing good. What's this person checking me out? Moonblades. Let's check them out in return. Blimey. That's quite a look. What is that staff? That's pretty cool. Definitely recognize it. I can't remember which one that is. Look at this guy. That's also pretty fun. Definitely female nudity or nudity? What would you call this? Scantily cladness. Definitely more represented than male scantily cladness. So respect for this guy, this thick king. Anyway, what was I doing? Yeah, reward coffer. Got absolutely nothing. I mean, not that I'm particularly after anything from here. What's even dropping? Is there a motif yet, or is that going to be later? I don't really do zone dailies until there's an event. I just ignore them. Alright, let's sell up and go to Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil! See if Maya's feeling a little bit better tomorrow or the day after. We should definitely get involved, because how long have we got left? It's not that long, is it? 3 days, 2 hours remaining. So that'll be fun if we can get Maya to stream it.
They said I could make a
Motif was up from release. Well, I assumed so.
was abolished. I just never
1 per day per account. Well, I just did 2 and got nothing. That sucks. Yeah, I never bothered to pay attention to those because they drop in price so quickly that you could buy them all for like 2k each. And the hassle of doing, there's no other reward worth getting from the dailies that I just completely ignore them. And then 6 months after a zone drops, we tend to get, look at that, this is going to be juicy. We tend to get a, an event. A celebration event, the solstice celebration or whatever they're going to call it, and then it's going to be actually worthwhile doing these dailies. And you can unlock your little achievements that way. You can get anything that's missing in terms of motif, and then spend like 200 gold to buy the rest, or some tiny amount. So unless the motif is particularly cool, I'd be quite unlikely to do them. Just for fun, really. The motifs that I tend to go chasing after are the dungeon ones, because when they first drop, they are worth so much. Again, because I guess people don't realize how easy they are to go and get. And some people are in a real rush to get them collected. And I don't usually sell them. I usually just eat them myself. ESO, it's buggy, yeah. 2,000 word essay on forums on why ESO is committing a hate crime on casual players and companions if they take their taunts away. Oh man, you're so right. Is it from the Reach? Yeah, so the Ancestral Reach? No, it ain't that one. Good question though. There's just a terrifying amount of motifs now, isn't there? Like, it's so hard to find something. Oh, are you thinking of this one, the Wayward Guardian? Maybe. Weapons, I'm kind of bummed about all the visual effects ones because, alright, this isn't a great example. Maybe this one's a better example. But the vis effects are so cool that I'm almost never going to use any of these. Oh, that's a bad example. That does have a vis effect. Like, that's a cool stuff. That's really fun, this one. The Cyrobanic Marine. I'm just not going to use it when I have stuff like this. It would be cool if there was a way to add vis effects to some of these other ones, you know, some of the plain ones. Let me give you an example. Is it Abnathan's staff? This one is cool as fuck. Like, it's so good. That staff. If you could add a little visual effect to it. That's probably asking a lot in terms of database. Just to add another couple of variables for all the players out there. Type motif is the one trolling me. I've had 3 chests, 2 daggers. Means you need to do 2 more. I don't care about music boxes, Salander. I don't care about any leads. I'll get them when I get them. Do you know what I mean? Unless it's a mythic that I want right away, I literally don't care. Like, I don't think I ever went looking for Oaken Soul. Oh, maybe I did. I think I did 1 or 2 of the Oaken Soul things just to have it. Because I dug up 3 of the leads already. Maya still doesn't have an Oaken Soul. Yeah, I'm a little bit lazy. Or maybe I'm just a little jaded. I'm not sort of grumpy about it, but it's quite hard to get me excited. With a motif or anything like that. I'm sorry, Grenade, I missed it. 2 to the right, looks like it. God damn it. I've definitely seen it before. It's not Grave Dancer. Who knows? It doesn't matter. Shapeless. I was after 1 motif piece for an outfit, so I farmed it to get one, just to sell and buy the one I wanted. Oh, I see. I feel like motif prices have dropped massively. I don't know why that is. But it must be because the number of players who are sticking around in this game exceeds the number of new players coming in who don't own all of these motifs. So every time we get a Jubilee event, we permanently tank all the prices and all these motifs. Because, say, 70% of players already own all of them. And the proportion of players who already have them all goes up every year. And the amount being earned probably goes up every year as well. I may need to do a restart. Ah, shit. Yeah, whoops. I should sort out my weapons first, shouldn't I? I literally haven't been in. So last time it didn't matter, so I just went in with an Inferno and a 2H. I thought it was fine. Tell you what, let's grab a bow. The actual weapon doesn't matter, I know. And ooh, what do you think? Anyone have any tips? Anyone who's been in there quite a bit? Oh, where's Kamul when you need him? God damn it. Vengeance, I've sort of resto on back bar for easy AP. You know what? That's not the worst idea, actually. I could try that. Speaking of which, I should get a war tort on the go if I have any left. Yes, I do. I just love that American pronunciation. War tort. Much better than the way I would say it. War tort. Alright. Well, it's gotta be Nightblade stuff, that's fine. Resto back bar. Just go bow front bar. What'd you go front bar? Moose and Shapeless. Go for Marshall to balance cost. I see, yeah. People are selling ugly motifs for crazy high prices on console. And Petrified War. Hello, hello! Spent an entire day working on a new DPS build for my Necro. For the main mechanic, it depends on to bug out constantly. Oh. Full damage feels so high in Vengeance. It's no CP, right? That'll be why. I know I said I'm lurking, but for Vengeance, the potions don't provide any regen, so only use them when you need the actual resources. A lightning? Ugh, I don't like the sound of that. You know what? Let's just try. The original idea was bow, and let's go with dual wield on the front, just for the fuck of it. Like traits and bonuses and stuff are all dead anyway, so it really doesn't matter what I use. Enchantments aren't a thing either, so yeah, that should be it. Let's give it a go. Alright. What do we got? This looks like it's remembered my setup from last time. What the hell? That's fun. But what do we want now? Oh, there are no passives for weapons. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, whether we'd have passives or not. Could just troll people with the knockback, or just go with snipe. So it doesn't give you any recovery, it's just the resources. Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, don't spam them, because then you'll be put on cooldown when you don't want to be. Alright, what's going on? They have Vigor now, that's a nice heal. That is a very good point. That's a very good point. Instilling you with resolve. I mean... yeah, there's no point in me trying to min-max it, because I'm just gonna get clapped anyway. Let's head to, Brk. See what's up. Doesn't look like the Reds are having a great day. Seems a little quiet, actually, across the board. Yeah, thanks, Granite. I'm the one who's been telling everyone, oh, it's going to be the same as the last Vengeance event, but now we get weapons and we get the Alliance War stuff. Then I completely forgot to add Vigor, because Vigor's super nice. Durr. I will tweak things on the fly as I need to. Last time, it was just such chaos. You know, I got into very few 1v1s or even 1v3s. It was mostly like 20v20 or 1v20. And it's like, there's not a lot I can do with my skills to really affect the outcome. It's just a complete press of bodies. So just gonna have a giggle. That's a lot of them. Where are the Reds? There are some. Oh shit. No! No! God damn it. Stupid. What? That was a very long way off. Get me with vengeance overload from there? Oh, the camp is already under attack. You serious? I saw one red and thought, oh, that's just, you know, the first one that's in range. There'll be more, just beyond. Nope. It was the only guy being absolutely trampled by 30 yellows. Can't seize a meat grinder. Dives in head first. The reds just seem to be spread out everywhere. I know everyone says this is true for whichever alliance they're on, but the reds seem to kind of suck at, maybe the yellows are the worst for this, from what I hear, but having like a coherent strategy and gathering in one place to get things done. Sometimes, of course, there is an advantage to splitting up. This is just a Zerg server. Yeah. I'm just gonna get in some fights and have some fun. Hopefully. It's just, wherever I look, the Reds seem to be on the retreat. Is there anything happening? No. Some gankage. And that's not what I'm here for. Mate, if I'm gonna have to relog to yellow just to have some fun... Oh, there's some stuff going on up there. Let's have a look at Chapless. And yes, that is the correct pronunciation. You may think it's spelled Chalman, and you'd be right, but it's pronounced Chapless. I need to get to level 10 on EU so I can try it out with hopefully no lag. I'm never saying I'm lurking ever again, that was just a lie. Well, it's all to our benefit, Grenade. Love having you with us, chatting away. Moose. Wait, what? The Chapless thing? It's not really true. This is my friend Praetorian. Would always call it Chapless. I guess it had something to do with assless chaps. I already know. He would also say Sejanus. He would call the anus of Sedge. Because, yeah. We miss him. He was like our PvP guy for the longest time. In the old guild, and then he came over to Ninja Pulls as well. But we were always a more PvE and like trial focused community. And like I said, like we were talking about earlier, we did have some people talking nonsense about, oh, PvP is dumb, they should remove it from the game. And while we did our best to silence that kind of nonsense, like there wasn't the same level of enthusiasm in the old Discord for PvP as there was for trials and dungeons and stuff like that. Well, I found the reds, at least. Found the blues as well, by the look of it. It's not exactly lag-free. Oh, Siege, my mortal enemy. Oh no. It looks like we're going to be pushed back here as well. That's a lot of them. That's a lot of them coming out. Well, that's disappointing. Look what I just ran into. I didn't even see him. That is... Oh, that's cool. Oh, please tell me I can res somewhere. A massive three-way. No puns, please. No comments. So this is just a jam sandwich with the reds being absolutely squished between the fat-ass loaves of yellow and blue. What happened to my crew? And Synchro, sup. Hello there. I should just respawn. Can you check what's in the golden vendor this weekend? I think the golden vendor's disabled, isn't it? And thanks for the follow, by the way. Where is the golden? Where's she at? She's at the other one, right? Oh, I see her. So she's not been deactivated. Adazavi Abadaro. No, you can't do that in this campaign. It is turned off. But I love they left her here. Cutie pie. Yeah, clearly lots of people are asking. Fuck! You know? The reason I knew she was deactivated, or I thought she was, is that I saw somebody complaining about it in a Discord. Or maybe during one of our streams. They're like, could you please not deactivate her? It throws everything off. But yeah, sorry, Salander. I checked at least. And we can't forget that Brindle is Brenda. Maybe so. What are the funny ones? The Anus of Sedge. Blue Road Keep is just brrk. I think I might have come up with that one. Charmin is Chapless. I don't think Bleakers is anything funny. Fort Ass is a standard one. Nickel. Yeah, we don't have names for all of them, but this same guy he liked to say Castle Black Booty instead of Castle Black Boot. Maybe there's some sort of innuendo with there that I'm not familiar with. Maybe not. Alright, so where are all the reds? Are they just relog into blue at this point? Or are they just waiting in here, waiting for someone to do something? Synchro redeemed stretch! Ugh. Thank you very much indeed. I will take that stretch. Teddy, why are you on my desk? I will stretch you good and hard if you're not. Ted is my cat. And he's trying to drink out of my glass. Dude, that is mine. My god, what a prick. Looks at me so hurt. For like non-social creatures, their ability to emote is incredible. I feel like. Cats, they've just learned how to do this just for our benefit. Making a little sad face as I pull the glass away from him. Elemental Storm is only 85 ult. I guess maybe they really want us to use these ults to make sure. But it builds for 2 seconds and then... I guess I'll try it. Oh no, I can't, can I? I need to use a staff. That bow ult was very disappointing, though. Zap that guy, he was only half health. I guess maybe he was getting a lot of more heals than I realized. Brewwoomer. Great, do you hang out much on the, oh, what's it called? The Wildheart Discord. Hyper's Discord. Anyone with a U in their name automatically gets the uwu treatment, like Luwucht. And Alduin. Bruma is officially Burma. I think that's offensive. We're supposed to say Myanmar, not Bruma. Hey, Anox. How's it going? I've been freed from AD jail. Oh, shit. He's just running. I just need to find a crew that isn't useless. None of my friends are online. That's weird. For a Saturday. Seriously, where are all the Reds? Are they? I guess they were just waiting. Oh my god, I'm not actually in there, but that's funny. Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't come up with a joke. It's just one of those things. Love a bit of ooh-wooage. So they're just being retaken, right? This is what sucks. If you can't read what's going on very easily, even if stuff is like popping off, you could so easily end up wasting time just riding around, going from nowhere to nowhere. Fuck no. See how many of them were there? Holy crap. Oh my god. Everywhere I go I run into the enemy and not my own kind. And getting stuck on the rocks. That's always good when you're trying to flee. Alright. Hold up. Time out. It looks like it's gonna have to be Arius, doesn't it? Like the Reds are just not doing anything. That sucks. Yeah, yellows are at Arius. Well, the blues are there too. I kind of want to make 300k with the campaign. Not gonna lie, I'll make that in 40 minutes in Mayhem, and I don't need Assault level 9 on any character. I love saying ooh in an aggressively Northern Irish accent. I'm not even going to attempt to do that. Ooh woo. That's the best you're going to get out of me. There are so many different flavors of Irish accent, and it still has enough novelty to me. Like, I don't know why, but having lived in southern England for many, many years, very familiar with the Welsh accent, and again, several varieties thereof. And the Scottish accent, I feel like, is everywhere. I still don't feel like I'm as acquainted with the Irish accent as I would like to be. And Dino, hi. Hello. How you doing? Close enough. Really? Guns and Raiders. I do not enjoy using the burning talent on a pass. Not sure as to why. How it feels like it drains me too quick. Yeah, it's supposed to. It's incredibly expensive. It's kind of inefficient as a... What's going on over here? Just Reds fleeing for their lives again. Yeah, I'm not going to do an Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park. Hey, hey, hey! When he's like waving the flare to get the yellow Zerg to attack him instead. Right, where are the frickety frackin' Reds? There's one, again, fighting for his life. It sucks. I'm just trying to find any fight that isn't completely stacked against me. I guess they're all inside, aren't they? That's kind of stupid of me to even ask. Yeah, so Burning Talons is incredibly inefficient as a single target thing. So you do need to make sure you can sustain it by using enough stamina abilities and using enough whip and stuff like that to make it all work. And consequently, you also have to use, I think this is fair for me to say, you pretty much have to use tripods as well. Potions for stamina sustain and magicka sustain. And then in turn, you need to be ensuring that you get minor brutality, sorcery, savagery, and prophecy from somewhere else. So yeah, it has a lot of knock-on effects. I totally get that. Before you know it, you have to change the build-up quite a bit. Ooh. There's just no defense. Are all the reds just relogging, do you think? I like this. Holy shit, we should run down there, shouldn't we? I just don't want to commit to like a 10-minute ride. Let me just get a sense of how many reds actually here. Heroism pots, yeah, of course. If you can afford it, heroism pots, absolutely. Better sustain, more damage. Well, that feels desynced as fuck. I do miss having an off heal. That was kind of nice. Being able to just run around and spam. Adric ass is like saying divine butt IRL, innit? No argument from me. The siege feels kind of limp. Moose, I finally hit about 150k with Herald, Adric ass, staff back bar. Nice. Yeah, once you're into the 150s this patch, it's like you pretty much arrived. Arguably, on the dummy there's 30k extra. Which is wild when you think about it like that. But certainly once you're over 160, it's like, well, anything after that is just... By the time I tab target someone, they've already healed. Yeah, snipe is very desynced, it would seem. So much cross healing. Yeah. I guess I didn't really use any ranged abilities last time, so I didn't have any of this, but snipe feels pretty awful. To be fair, if I stop trying to weave, it's not as bad. Yeah, switch to try stats. Crafted ones any better? No, they're the same. I think that you can get a slight bonus on the health, but no, they should be identical. And yeah, thanks for the tip. So your best bet is probably switch one class. I think Guns N' Roses, didn't you say you were already going to switch one? But for now you wanted to see just what you could do with the pure DK? I'm not even confident as to who that in-cap just hit. I'm not gonna lie, that didn't seem to hit anyone. Defend the camp. Is anyone following this guy? Fucking heavy attacks. That is the one thing I'm definitely not going to enjoy about this campaign. Why am I down here? This is such a bad idea. Also, it feels like I'm dodging things that I shouldn't be able to survive. Do you know what I mean? Like, I died, but it felt like it took too long. I was getting hard focused and not really doing enough to stay alive. So I'm a little bit suspicious. This one is not... doesn't seem to be working as well as previously. Anyway... the AP, it shows you while I've no idea, Moose. I don't know. I thought all AP was just off while you're in here, and you don't get any of it until you leave. Yes, what Silender's saying, I wouldn't bother with alt pots. Yeah, it's like equipping high-performance tires on a Ford Fiesta. It is a huge amount of gold. I certainly wouldn't do it until you're putting the finishing touches to your setup. And you've got the damage to the point where you're almost at the cap and you just want to push it over the line, then maybe, but it's entirely up to you. Got all my trial clears. Have you got all the hard modes and everything? Because if you've got everything you're interested in getting, then yeah, who cares? But there's no, it's no secret that more DPS always makes things way easier. So much easier. If you've got 8 DDs who can push out a crap ton of damage and 4 supports that know how to support them and to let them do that. Often there'll be one of those DDs who's actually not prioritizing damage, but, you know, buffing. That's important also, of course. Oh, they're just trolling, they're not even trying to fight. Okay, I can't even interact with doors. That's the second one in a row. I couldn't get through, I had to spam it. I'm wondering if I've been running my game for a little bit too long. It's gonna log out. Let's see if it helps, because it does not feel very good to play currently. Frame rate is nice and high, so I'm guessing it feels okay to watch, but it's a little bit sticky. Just gonna see if a logout can fix that. But yeah, Guns and Raiders, it's kind of an arbitrary thing, chasing DPS targets. I mean, all of this stuff, it makes you a little bit better at the game. It's very rare that you'll find something where it's like, getting better at this particular rotation is its own thing, and it's a completely siloed skill that doesn't make me better at any other aspect. So, like, I think doing almost anything in ESO, like the PvP I'm doing right now, it's opportunity for me to improve. If I could just get into a fight which isn't over in 3 seconds, whichever way. I don't particularly want to be able to win in 2 seconds any more than I want to get killed in 2 seconds. But because of the numbers involved, that's pretty much all it's going to be. What I need to do to get good at PvP long term, or to get better at it, is to get into some small scale fights, or to practice dueling more with my buddies. That is it's always a good idea. I get so bored from dueling. Hey, I got a Golden Pursuit reward. So, I mean, that just goes to show what we were saying earlier. I accomplished absolutely fuck all in the time I was in Cyrodiil. I was just riding from fight to fight trying to find something, and I still made quite a bit of progress there on the pursuits. Oh, well, look. Hang on.
Let me guess.
No. Let's see. That was our conversation about quests being disabled, so they are still here. You just can't go anywhere with them. Honestly, I'm tempted to relog. That's clearly what's caused this in the first place. There's people just giving up. But what's the point? I guess if the blues and yellows will fuck off and fight each other, maybe. Looks like a battle of Jedi versus Sith. Yeah. I just saw that. Still see the AP in the corner on console, but when I leave it, pops it all again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Moose. I don't think you're earning anything when you're in here. Like, you're not getting any AP when you're here. It all arrives when you leave. And that's why the war taunt is a good idea. In fact, if I was smart, I would take a higher level one. Because they don't tick down, all the timers and all the bonuses and stuff, they're all disabled while you're in here. So it doesn't hit, so to speak, until you leave.
Keeping myself.
Guns N' Raiders only got the last 4 new raids, don't have 4 hard modes. Not got mad tries like Godslayer. It's funny you say that. Godslayer is viewed as incredibly easy these days because it's just getting the group together. Mostly. Yeah, sure, you can make individual little mistakes to fuck it up. Like, I still don't have it. I haven't got Godslayer, but that is frankly a source of shame. And it's just because I've only ever been in one Godslayer group. And I was the raid lead, and I had to pull it because too many people were saying, like, I've only got a couple of weeks left, so we were like on a hard deadline. We must get the trifecta in this time, and a certain person threw, literally on our last ever attempt, at something like 4%. Looks like we defended, but I missed it. Okay. So, those things aren't as far out of reach as you might think. Like, I would be very careful describing something like Godslayer as easy to a new player, because it might give them the wrong idea, or it might sound dismissive and mean. I don't want to do that, but it's not what it used to be. That's for damn sure. It should be within reach of a lot more players than it used to be. If they are just willing to get into a group with a raid lead, a proper raid lead, and a proper comp, and as long as people aren't just bringing any old build, it doesn't have to be super duper meta. That it's very rare that you really need to do that. But just if it's properly comped, so that all the stats are what they need to be, and you could just cruise through it on easy mode. Like for example, Otto, when he took us into Sunspire for 2 weeks, he was saying we'll get Godslayer in 2 weeks. But then he changed his mind in week 2 and took us somewhere else. But the goal there during the first session was, let's do a somewhat ambitious Godslayer. We'll only bring 1 healer. That's how easy it is now. And then after the first hour, he said, "Ah, fuck it. Let's just make it easy mode and bring 2 healers. Then we'll definitely get it." That was how it was regarded by him. So yeah, obviously it changes depending on the types of groups you're with. But yeah, I think I know what you mean. Like, Godslayer as a specific example isn't necessarily what we're talking about. The trifectas from like Rockgrove and Dreadsail Reef, those are still a significant investment in terms of time and sweatiness that you have to be prepared to make. I'm going to try not to be distracted by players and just go for the gate. Most of the time I just log in and legit mill about. I know the feeling. Got not much to do, some treasure to find, God knows how many stacks of surveys. I finally got up to date with my surveys, such a delight. Is that aimed at me? If they are, then they are a shit shot. How are we doing with I can't see what the door is at, not from here. There we go. That is one thing about the Vengeance campaign, which is super fucking fun, is when a keep gets opened. Nice try. Oh. I should really not do that. Let's go and cap the keep. That'd be more useful. Or is it already flipped by now? It probably has, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, that moment when the door breaches and everyone rushes in, that is amazing on Vengeance, because there are so many people. And this isn't even that bad. I have footage from the previous one where, you know, Pop was capped and the inner door would breach, the inner keep would breach. And it was so cool seeing him just swarm in like rats. Amazing, or like insects. Oh, still some blues up top. Let's go. People breaking new records this patch? Yeah. I mean, I don't keep up with the score pushing at all. I don't follow it. It's just if someone I know is involved in something like that, which they often are, because we know some of the end game folks. There's an overlap between those communities, right? Looks like there's not much left to mop up. There'll be a camp somewhere, right? It's one I only done once, Rock Grove. I'm talking specifically about the trifectas. The trial is not that hard. Like, we take people through that for the first time all the time in Ninja Pulls. It's totally fine. But the trifecta in there is somewhat tricky. It's just got much easier, because one of the things that was difficult about it was the damage check. So with damage going up, that has become much easier. I think the Dread Cell Reef one is still going to be quite a struggle, because one of the things that made that easier was Azure Blights on second boss. It was just incredibly powerful there. It was so free as well, and you can't use that anymore. So stacking has to be better. People just need to be a little bit more on the case. You can still do it in much the same way, but it's not as accessible a strat as it was previously. And the thing with burn strats, we think of these as being like, oh, these are for sweaty, the best players, endgame. Yeah, these are the people who come up with them, but the people who benefit from them are not the best players. They are players who are enthusiastic, but not necessarily super sweaty in that, like, optimization. Because it means that those burn strats, they make it so much easier for the group to get a consistent clear on a hard mode. In like a minute, rather than 5 minutes. Deranged, I like that name. That's awesome. I think in the entire game, VCR is the only trial that is dynamic. No. I agree with what you're saying about VCR. That's quite dynamic, but it is also very predictable. The minis always spawn in the same place, and there isn't enough variety in terms of the portal is always in the same place, and the group always stacks in the same way. Zamaja always moves in a somewhat predictable manner. Orbs occasionally will screw you over. Creepers can do that too. Like, you can definitely get good and bad RNG with creepers, for sure. And with Zamaja's movement as well. So that's true, but I think Rockgrove, a Barse hard mode, there's way more RNG or dynamic, or a dynamic nature to that fight. Partly because of the way that you make that fight go predictably, consistently every time is down to group coordination and group execution. You turn Barse so she's looking, because the portal always spawns where she's looking, right? So it's in our control. If we keep an eye on the mechanic, we can make it more consistent. But also where the Atronachs, the abominations, where they come in, that's completely random. And it's not so much where they spawn, but how far away they are. Because if they're really far away, that can make the fight much more difficult. Especially if you were doing it using Azure Blight. You can definitely get good and bad RNG with those abos coming in. Ebos? I shouldn't use it with the Aussie accent because then it suggests something else. But whenever my raid lead says abos instead of abominations, that's sort of where my mind goes. I should be careful of that. But yeah, so I don't know. I think if you just are doing plain vets and the groups that you're with are just absolutely stomping it, I can totally understand where that assessment comes from. But then maybe join some stuff with Ninja Pools or other guilds like that where you can turn on the hard mode and see what else happens and how the strategies break or have to be tweaked. I find that a lot of fun. But you're right, like it is and can be a problem, especially with power creep, that fights become too static, too predictable, and if your tanks are good, it's like the same pull every time. I definitely recognize that as a concern. And hello, Aloha. Rockgrove, I feel the second to last boss fight. We're talking about Barse here, right? 3 steps. Consistent to 50, 50 to 30% other mechanics, then burn. Yes, if you're doing plain vet, you can honestly just nuke her where she stands. And no mechanics. Because there are no immunity phases there. Especially with damage as high as it is now. If your tanks are good and smart, you can just burn her. And you don't even have to deal with anything. But if hard mode is on, you can't really do that. So yeah, that's one of the ones where we had Mike Finnegan on stream just the other day talking about this. Where, for example, in Rockgrove, they originally in the veteran version of that fight, the portal mechanic was going to be there, but it was too complicated. They observed that people weren't able to keep up with all the overlapping things, so they took the portal out of plain veteran, and that has the effect of making people go, oh shit, when they turn on hard mode for the first time and they see this whole new mechanic. I definitely had that reaction. I know a lot of people did when they tried it for the first time. Like, what? How even? What? So there are some hard modes where it changes the fight enormously. Others where it doesn't so much. So yeah, I think in the case of that one, that's one of the ones that changes more. And as a result, it's harder to generalize about, like, Oh, well, Barse is like this, because the difference between normal, vet, and veteran hard mode is huge. Whereas the difference between, say, the Serpent or the Assembly General is negligible. It's the same. It's just all about how fast you can do it. Man, I need in your groups. Well, you know where we are. So what's happened? Did the yellows all just go for lunch? Because suddenly the reds are Zerg-tastic. And it's kind of the opposite of what I wanted. Oh no, I can see out my window someone just pulled up and they're laying out cones and temporary lights and stuff. So we're gonna have... Looks like we're gonna have roadworks and temporary lights near where I live. Fun! At least I don't have to commute. That's something. They just did this thing where they ripped up the road just up from where I am. It's a part of the road that Maya has to go to. She has to pass on her way to work. And they ripped out the entire thing just to put in a couple of speed bumps. And now my car gets, like, scraped every time it goes... every time I drive that way. And it was such an enormous exercise, such a hassle. Took them so long to do it as well. I think they did combine it with some other works as well, but... It really makes you wonder... why? I feel like I live in one of those areas where someone on the local council is really trying to prove that their job is necessary. Blood for the pact. Pact for the blood. Reds are true to nature by staying as a pact. Yeah. Well, I'm enjoying. It's fun to roll with a Zerg. For this, normally it's not my bag. I just feel like, oh, come on. Otherwise, I'm just playing a clicker. You know, see if you can click the enemy player before they get deleted. I guess we're going to Drake. Revy World, maybe they were resurfacing and out of the speed bumps at the same time. Yeah, I think these are too high as well. Because I swear I hear a scrape when I drive over them. And they haven't changed the speed limit or anything. So there are quite a few schools in the area. So that you get like kids walking that way on their way home. But I'm not aware of any accidents or anything like that in the recent past. But yeah, you know, why am I speculating? You guys don't care. Most of you don't even live in the same country, let alone the same area. But yeah, this is what's going on in my little corner of Somerset. Spelt with an O, not a U. Home of cider, not high elves. Oh, there are plenty of high people as well. In fact, we live just pretty much up the road from where Glastonbury was this last week. That was kind of a fun one, that Tenfest coincided with one of the biggest music festivals in the world. There's a pretty nice overlap there. I like that. Restarting the game did seem to help, by the way. But it still doesn't feel as smooth. My memory isn't perfect. But I feel like last time it was a little smoother. The Vengeance campaign, I mean. Who's your daddy? Who is your daddy and what does he do? I like that name. Split and take everything up to the river. Go for it, mate. I love the people who type yell because they think it'll make people listen more. And oh damn, we're already inside. Yeah, it's a weirdly organic process. When the Zerg forms, it just keeps going like a swarm of locusts, right? Maybe I'll try what Moose was talking about. Feel like I can do a little more helpful stuff just by hitting radiating on the back bar. I'm sure this is unnecessary. In fact, I'll probably go with that instead. It's a single target heal though, right? Healing you or a nearby ally. Nah. Nice one. Man, that mine is gonna flip before we get there. Why am I even riding? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Kamal and Wick would be delighted. We're off to Harlan's. So how have you guys found Vengeance? Have you found the performance to be acceptable, just as good as before? So I'm finding this more than acceptable. It's a delight to see this many people in Zero, and stuff is generally working. But I do think it is not as smooth. That could be to do with me streaming. I don't know. I'll have to come back when I'm not streaming it and see if it makes any difference. But I don't generally feel like streaming ESO has much of an impact. Sometimes on frame rates, but not like things like the feel of lag. You know what I mean? That sense of delay. It's almost certainly going to be too late for us to do anything useful. It's just a leech. Isn't it? Me going here. Leeched. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at these pursuits. Only killed 20 people. So that's rubbish. I was having a lot more luck with that last time, I have to say. And slotting a resto back bar is not going to help. Could it be Alessia? I love a fight at Alessia. Whether it's the bridge or the keep, don't care. Just good times. Right, well it is 2:20 in the afternoon here. I'm going to bid you all happy Saturday and cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do have a beverage of any kind handy, whether it's a coffee, a tea, a glass of water, or a freaking giant cocktail or something scary, take a hit. To your good health. And to next year's Tenfest, or whatever equivalent we end up doing. Oh, I'm gonna die. No. Guys, again, with the kiting, just stack in the fucking ram and the ads will follow. I love the siege shuffle. Thank you for the free resources. Ugh. How's that door doing? Not good. Not low enough. An Italian I used to play with called Alessia Alasagna. Alasagna Bridge. Really leaning into the cultural stereotype there, I guess. I love it. Next month's Tenfest. We did make this comment or this joke a few times. More than a few. But it's a little bit like, you know, that cliche of, hey man, Christmas doesn't have to be just one day a year. You know, there's no reason we can't have that sort of camaraderie and fun every week, up to a point. It definitely helped that it was like a publicized event with like stingers and assets that I made for everyone to use. A lot of ESO players were trained in Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. I'm bleeding, making me the victor. Nice barrier. Just spamming, radiating and siphoning. But yeah, genuinely curious how much AP I've earned at this point. Because it feels very, very free. You know, just surfing the Zerg. Looking at the sky through there, that looks freaking strange. Looks very weird. My nuts to your foot. Moose, you are full of pearls of wisdom today. Perhaps even more than usual. We were talking about Opeth, the Swedish death metal band, a few days ago. And pointing out that they've got an album called My Arms, Your Hearse, which is a very, like, gothic metal sort of sentiment. And the fact that my dad saw this album, he quite likes Opeth, and he was like, seriously, their album's called that? My Ass, Your Face, was his response. just reminded me of that with my nuts to your foot. So, quick reminder. This is Ninja Pulls. It's just me, Khan, soloing it today. Often you'll find two of us here, me and Maya. Maya, who organized the wonderful Tenfest raid train, which just ended a couple of days ago. But we are back today after a couple of days of rest. Not nearly enough. I need some more, frankly. And yeah, we're just having quite a chill one. Cyrodiil Vengeance is on for a few more days, and I hadn't been in here at all, which was a bit of a shame, but mostly due to Tenfest stuff. So yeah, finally getting a chance to check it out. Seems to be going pretty well. Although, I did comment that it seemed to be a little bit more laggy than the last tests. Who can say? You haven't seen Kung Pao? No. To me, that's a type of chicken. If it's an anime, I'm definitely too old to have this opinion. But if it's an anime, I basically haven't seen it. And not because I have anything against anime. Wait, am I the only one for whom Kung Pao is a type of chicken? Sell me on it, Moose. Is this a thing I should have seen? Is this like Howl's Moving Castle? Which I haven't seen, but I'm aware that is a thing I should see. It's not an anime. What is it then? I did say if it's an anime. Most of the time when I got asked, you haven't seen X? It's because it's an anime. When I was a kid in Denmark, I swear anime wasn't a thing. I swear it isn't now, even though I know that it is. Took an old Chinese fighting movie, dubbed it badly on purpose. Oh no, I've heard of this. Maybe I've heard it referred to as something else? Completely different translations, not at all related to the OG. Okay, yeah, no, I've heard this. Okay, that was me firing a heal, but too late. Her little mortal, thank you for the res. Well, that is a wall of text right there. Cool, let me get to that in a moment. Oh, another one. Oh, he made it. Feels like such a petty thing to do. No, I will kill you before you can get inside. Because they could just... Unless the keep is already low enough, they can just get inside anyway if you kill them. But they're, you know, we all do it. Oh yeah, well, the keep was low enough. But you know what I mean? Like, they're just trying to get away. Not even trying to fight you at this point. It's like, kill! It's so stupid, it's good. No, you're right, you're absolutely right. I have had that described to me, I just completely forgot that that's what it was called. There's a little bit of that weird game where you have to like try and predict when someone is an execute. Oh, that guy's at 60% right now, but by the time my killer's blade goes off and connects, they will be below 30. Do you know what I mean? Definitely an element of that going on. Written by, directed by, and starring Steve Odekirk. Uses footage from the 1976 Hong Kong martial arts film Tiger and Crane Fists. That might be what I've heard it described as. Also called The Savage Killers, starring and directed by Jimmy Wang Yu, sorry, along with new footage shot by Odekirk, who is also digitally inserted over Wang in many scenes to create an original unrelated plot. There's a lot of that martial arts stuff from the 70s in particular that I would love to see. So is this exactly what happened? The yellows and the blues just absolutely crushed us, then started distracting each other. Got to get those kills. I've still got very few. 38 out of 100. It's pathetic. Given how many deaths are happening. What we need is a radiating regen for damage. You know, like Pulsar, but it just smart targets someone. How busted would that be? Where are people even going? I guess heading to the resources is a good idea. But I think everyone else went to Black Boot. I think Cyrodiil would be one of the first places I would go if this game were ever to get a real, you know, like an engine upgrade, like a serious visual upgrade for the zones. And don't get me wrong, I'm not predicting or asking for that to happen. It's not going to happen. Certainly not anytime soon. Maybe if the game keeps going another 10 years, Zos will start talking about it, if it's still going strong. PvP rank 42, I think that's halfway to 50. Lol. I think you're past halfway, but yeah, the last levels are the slowest, aren't they? But Cyrodiil is really great looking, in a lot of ways. I think the scale of it, like all the other zones, everything's kind of crammed together in a way which works in a video game, but when you got this massive, massive area, I don't know, there's something about it, it's a little bit more compelling. That's a lot of siege. Yeah, the mindlessness of Vengeance gameplay is definitely a thing. I can see why, you know, the sort of more organized, optimized, whatever you want to call it, PvP community isn't, you know, is a bit more on the skeptical side with these tests. Well, obviously they are very much in favor of the end goal. Some of them are a little bit worried as to, you know, how it looks. And hey, Devil's Master, how's it going? Meow. I hate the Vengeance colors. Wish they kept it more normal looking, so depressing. You mean the way everything's washed with green? It does have a sort of apocalyptic feel to it, doesn't it? And hey, Dino. So, Dino, as a well-traveled... sorry, if you don't want to be called out on stream. My apologies. Always feel a little bit bad when I do this to people, when I drop them in it. But since you just commented, and since you are a well-traveled Twitch viewer in the ESO category, what did you think of Tenfest? Like, should we try and do this every year? Should we try and do it twice a year? Maybe not exactly the 10-day format. That was pretty exhausting. But like a shorter thing. Every 10 years? That's a deal. So you liked it, but it was a bit too much. Because so many people are saying like, oh, when's the next one? What are we doing for 11 Fest? I mean, it would be 12, wouldn't it? Fights. Just joined, but Tenfest every year would be awesome. Well, thank you, Field. Hey, yo, how's it going? Looked. It's going alright. I've just hopped into, I don't even know, are we bothering with the scroll? Like, who cares, right? Why is everyone going down here? Just for fights. Yeah, it's going very well, thank you. We're still recovering a little bit from Tenfest. It was pretty draining. I just hopped into Vengeance for the first time today. I haven't really had time to check it out before. Although I did play it last time. Try to collect those kills, right, for the the golden pursuits. How you doing, Looked? How's everyone doing? Welcome on in. Happy Saturday. Mushroom Sorcerer, I like that. That's got to be a Telvanni-themed Dunmer character, right? Mushroom Sorcerer. Give me the ult. I couldn't bow proc him from their line of sight. Devil's Master. I had a dream where I think Maya and this one YouTuber I watch, Gab Smolders, I know that name was one person, but it's a little foggy. And I found out they died. I was really depressed hearing that. Oh my god. There's no quest for the scroll, is there? Like, all of that stuff is... Those systems are all offline. Oh, good one, Khan. Trying to execute him with vigor. Take this! Some of my bar swaps are getting missed. Some interactions aren't happening when they should. But overall, it's not too bad. How does it look? Like, it seems to be looking alright on stream, right? Saw a couple of people streaming it. Pain in the Axe looked fine, but he was saying it was laggy. Beautiful Skyrim was streaming it, and it looked like it was really choppy, but she was saying the opposite. It's like, no, I think that's my stream rather than actual Zero. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Devil's Master, that is an upsetting dream. Not a fan. And guys, if you are not following Looked, who just showed up in chat, do check him out. If it's not your cup of tea, you can always unfollow, but he's a very valued member of the ESO community with a lot to say, does a huge amount of testing about stuff that most of us would never think to test, but which, you know, could have knock-on consequences for how we approach certain things. Especially if you are interested in min-maxing, not necessarily for thrills and spills, but just for lols a lot of the time. Min-maxing isn't just a way to beat the game, it's like to have fun, like speedrunning a lot of the time. It is like an endgame fun goal in and of itself. And Looked is basically the man when it comes to that. So check him out. I was also referring to you earlier, dude. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, it was just Oakensole and the difference between it being like useless or situational and overrated. And I said, if you were to say this, someone dropped in a channel saying Oakensole builds are god or something like that. I think there may have been like tongue-in-cheek, but I sort of said, you know, that is a big conversation, which we're probably not going to get into. Shall we what are these folks doing? I feel like people are just mindlessly following now. And yeah, and I called you out as a good place to get a fairly definitive response to that sort of statement. Oh my god, we're just chasing one yellow? Jeez, come on guys. Where the fuck are we going? The swarm has lost its way. That's like the line of ants that gets disrupted by a leaf, and then no one knows which way to go. Is it a Bug's Life that begins with that, or is it ants? One of those old early CG animations, I feel like. It's crazy how things that happen in your dreams feel so real. Yeah, the emotions, right? I've definitely had dreams where I would wake up and feel misty, like because a pet died or just something awful. I've had one of the only, it's not a recurring dream, but one of the few that I've had a version of several times that I can think of is that I've committed a crime, and usually the crime isn't part of the dream, but I'm just fucking nervous about the cops are going to come and get me, and I'm going to be arrested, I'm going to be tried in court and put in prison. And the dream is basically just that fear. I've had that a few times. And you wake up feeling really shitty because of like, that's a terrifying thing. Terrifying prospect. So yeah, I know what you mean. Moose, don't get yourself worn out from it, lol. There's a blue all the way down here. Fun. And I can imagine having so much shit to organise and random stuff happening, like maintenance. Yeah, that was... We weren't thrilled about that, I'm not going to lie. Do we want to chase this guy, people? It's just too easy to predict what people who are following you are going to do. So yeah, I very rarely follow these kind of people. Who can be bothered? And Boproc not going off, that's always nice. No, he's got good movement and it's hard to hit him. So I'm just gonna get out of here. Also, these guys are gonna absolutely wipe the floor with all of us. All those yellows out there, look at that. Yeet. Yeah, it was a lot. Looked, actually, so much of the work was done early, in advance, that it wasn't as bad as one might imagine. Yeah, and because the Reds, we just randomly went off in all directions like idiots. Now we're just losing everything. It's funny how that works. Yeah, so most of it was just fucking up our sleep schedule and meals as well as a result. Because if you're super sleepy, yeah, you don't eat the way you normally would or should. So, yeah, not looking for sympathy or anything like that. Like, we took it upon ourselves. We took some time off so we could do it. But it did leave us with a backlog of, like, sleep and just energy deficit to sort out. But most of the organization was done in advance. Gina wasn't able to wrap up everything. Like, so she was messaging Maya during the well, Tenfest had already started. She and Maya was still confirming dev interviews and stuff like that. That was a little bit stressful. But Maya's a trooper. Like, if anyone knows how to prep, it's gonna be a military person or a chef. And, well, Maya was in the cadets when she was younger, I guess, but the fact that she's a chef means that prep is like, it just comes very naturally to her. She's organized big IRL food festivals in the past in the city where we used to live. So yeah, it's all doable. Moose, it was so good hearing the devs talk, even if they can't reveal all the secrets. And we hardly got any secrets, did we? We did get some new stuff, though. Like, you know, stuff that they hadn't shared before. I enjoyed that. That was part of the goal. Any behind-the-scenes stuff is interesting. Yeah, I totally agree. I think the devs might be waking up to the fact that we're more interested in what they do day to day than they may previously have realized. Remember the first time I interviewed Mike Finnegan, he was honestly quite reluctant to lift the lid on how stuff was done. In a way which really surprised me. I was like, dude, look at the Lord of the Rings, you know, those Blu-ray special features. Like, everyone saw that shit when those things first came out. Because people are fascinated. If it's well presented, and if you could, like, demonstrate that this is tied directly to what makes the game good, or what makes whatever it is good, people will lap it up. So I don't know. Maybe they underestimated the degree of interest in all that stuff. That'd be cool if that's true, and we get to see more and more and more. Look, I'm pretty good. Got a new SCP record, 952. These numbers are just silly. You can barely run through it in that time. It's basically a sprint with the occasional pause to bonk a boss on the head, isn't it? That's what we're talking about here. In case anyone's wondering, this is Scalecaller Peak. Obviously on veteran, on hard mode. Look, just going in there. It's been a thing he's been doing for quite a while now. And not just that dungeon, lots of them, but Scalecaller Peak, famously his favourite. And clearing the entire thing in 9 minutes 52 seconds. Like, just process that for a minute. That's one person, one player. Not using anything weird or exotic, just optimizing builds for each encounter, bringing, you know, what we talked about earlier, bringing the survivability and sustain required to make it work, so that it's not too much of a gamble, and then using skill and high damage to clear each fight as fast as possible. Like, that is an end game that was never intended by anyone. Nobody saw this coming. But because of power creep in several directions over the years, it's become quite a vibrant endgame scene, I'd say. A lot of people trying it out, and a lot of people just following what people like Looked, Hyper, and other players are doing with these kind of builds. I really enjoyed Hyper's streak-based strat in Exiled Redoubt. That was like day 2 of the raid train. That was a lot of fun to watch. Even though he died a few times, well, that honestly made it more fun. Because you could see just how time-sensitive that streak had to be. It's basically, you go a few frames too late and you're dead. A few frames too early and you're dead. Maybe not quite that sensitive, but there wasn't much in it. It's one of those, like, precision moments that speedrunners talk about. I love that. Speaking of which, by the way, Games Done Quick is starting. I think that's starting very, very soon. Like, maybe it's already started. July 4th, maybe? Can't remember. But Summer Games Done Quick is always an amazing event. If you enjoyed Tenfest and you'd like to check out something bigger, so it doesn't have the intimacy of like people who know each other saying, "Hey man, how's it going?" all that stuff. And it is a much more centralized thing. But this is just a bunch of speedrunners from around the world. Most of it is done at the event, but quite a lot of it is also streamed in from around the world, and they'll just break games that have a very big speedrunning community. Sometimes games that don't. Bethesda games often show up because they're so funny in the way that they break. Hey, Manu, thanks for the follow. Thanks very much. But yeah, check out SGDQ. If you just search up Games Done Quick, you will get taken to the schedule on the website. And yeah, apologies in advance. I might lose you some sleep because you'll see a game that you really want to see, like a speed run, and you realize it's at 2 a.m. your time. That happens to me every year. But I don't think they're having a big Bethesda year this year. Like some years they did the entire Elder Scrolls anthology one year. I think that was 3 years ago. That was cool as fuck. I think it was one player who did all of them. All of the mainline single player games. Speedrun all of them. I think the quickest was Morrowind. Or maybe it was the opposite. Maybe Morrowind was the longest. But basically the more and more recent they got, the games, the quicker the speedruns got, actually. Because they were so broken. Like, you guys have all seen the bucket trick in Skyrim, for example. Yeah, but yeah, check that out. That's a really fun event. I always miss more of it than I would like to every year. But it's really fun, and it raises a ton of money for Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, or whatever they're called. And specifically to fight cancer. So yeah, just going back to what Looked was saying. Hello? That is the first chance I've really had to use Soul Shred. I had to remind myself what the hell it was called. In Vengeance. I think that's literally the first time I cast it. But yeah, going back to what Looked was saying. Currently making an add-on that shows my timings and stat page at the end of the run. Exactly like a speedrunner. Speedrunners always have these, don't they? If it's like a community that takes itself fairly seriously. Like boss fight times, time lost where, etc. Best possible time. Difficult but fun. Oh, I can imagine. And that is such a cool engagement tool as well. For if you're streaming it, or if people are watching and recording back. I totally get that. I think average ESO players would have a heart attack watching my gameplay. Beware. I think watching the gameplay is fine. We might struggle to follow some of it. But yeah, you're right. What I'm showcasing here is not really equivalent. Just, you know, bunny hopping around doing... Hey! That's so mean. The killer's blade went through. But they made it through the door just in time. 9:52 is insane. Yeah, right? It's almost literally like... And I'm aware of how fast we can push things in this game. You know, if I'm not in groups that are quite capable of doing it, I'm certainly aware of what is being pushed at the end of things. Oh, the yellow's coming. And yeah, but even I'm often amused when I see what is actually possible. When people strip away all assumptions and just see statistically what can I squeeze out of this. Console add-on shows how many users each add-on has. I don't know if it's per server platform. I don't play on multiple servers, so I can't compare. These are good questions, which I wish I had answers. I feel bad. I really don't know. Does anyone know? And Lady Spitfire, thanks very much for joining. The goal is sub 9.5 minutes. Well, good luck with it. That's quite ambitious. The fact that you're already under 10 minutes and that's kind of a crazy place to be. And yeah, and I hope the add-on helps you with that, and hopes with viewer engagement and all of it. Do you do most of your like serious attempts off stream? Like I never try to push on the dummy. It's really not the same thing. But I never push for numbers on the dummy if I'm streaming. It's just crazy. I do it when I'm off stream, and I do it off prime time as well. Man, I'm too slow. Every time I reach, I need something ranged. Every time I reach the guy who's about to die, they're already dead. Yeah, I was just double checking this is the melee version. And Moose saying, chiming in with the Lord of the Rings bonus material. Yeah. Renegade, Ice Wolf, hello, hello there. Moose, gonna go on PSNA later and compare, but I don't have Xbox. I would imagine it's shared, since it's all centralized. But yeah, what the hell is that worth? Just me guessing. You could do that on your own. So yeah, sorry man, I really don't know. And look, one thing I do at the moment is I mute my mic, because if I get a good run, I don't want myself yapping over it. I see, I'm still looking at how to split OBS stream versus, yeah, the recording, I gotcha. But often I'll still complete a bad run just for practice, even if I've lost like 25 seconds, but the chat thinks, this is the run, lock in. And I'm like, no, I'm through second boss, and it's already too late. Run may be extremely ass, but I can't tell you because I'm muted. I see. And when is your next one of those likely to be? So that we can all check our availability. Because even if, like, I get it, lots of people aren't going to do what Lucht is doing, but I think it should be fun for almost anyone who understands the game. That's a bummer. I miss my burst heal. Also missed how many of them there were. Look at that. I knew as soon as I heard the sounds, like ching, 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 ching. It's like there are more behind you than you realize, dipshit. Cool. Well, that actually might be a good place to stop it for today. We've just passed 3 o'clock. That is a 6-hour stream, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. I didn't even realize I've been going for that long. Hey, and Maya just walked into the room. Oh, poor ill Maya. Maya managed to get food poisoning. Maya and my dad, as we went out celebrating post Tenfest. My parents were like, "Oh, we haven't seen you in ages. Let's do something on these dates." And of course, they gave us like end of June, early July. So it's like, we have a thing. What do you have? Oh, it's an online event. What does that mean? You're never going to understand it, all right? So we didn't even try to explain. We just explained that it was a thing and we couldn't make it. So we did something yesterday instead. Maya and my dad both got super sick in the night. So, bad seafood. Rip, exactly. Hope she gets better soon. Well, the fact that she's here, looking a little bit bleary-eyed, but smiling at me, that is a good sign. And look, I think a decent portion of people look at my runs with a sort of morbid disdain, or morbid fascination, surely, or treat it as like a perversion of the combat system. That, I bet that's true. Yeah, there must be people who are like, oh, the game is not supposed to be played like this. But I think that misunderstands the whole thing. Like, the devs create a system. Like, how many things do we do in Skyrim that weren't, quote-unquote, supposed to happen? Most of our favourite moments in those games, Oblivion and Skyrim especially, are things like that. You know, yeah, we remember the big story beats and all that lovely stuff, but also the bits where a guard, I don't know, will just jump into lava to attack something, and then will initiate conversation with you whilst they're dying, but their health bar will stop decreasing while they talk to you, and then they leave the conversation and go, "Rah!" And you hear Wes Johnson's fantastic battle noises. You know, we've all had those moments. That's not how the game is supposed to work. It's emergent. Come on. And this whole thing with SGDQ, Summer Games Done Quick, I was just talking about, much of it is predicated, yeah, there's player skill and players, you know, busting their way through a level as it was intended. Just really beautifully, really skillfully, really fast. And doing trick jumps and all that kind of stuff. But let's face it, most of it is clipping out of bounds and using little tricks and exploits that were not designed. So I think that is a... I'm sure those people exist, but they're wrong, is what I'm trying to say. I get a lot of comments saying this isn't how the game is supposed to be played. Add-ons like this should be banned. Oof, again, misunderstanding, I guess. I think most people can appreciate it one way or another. Yeah, Schnacks, I think a lot of people have no idea how much work went into those runs. Maybe that's part of it as well. They don't... You see an add-on and you think, well, the add-ons are playing the game. But anyway. I see that Man Bear Nug is streaming. I would like you guys to do a couple of things. Firstly, follow if you haven't. It's always much appreciated. If you enjoyed hanging out today, we really could use the support, whether that's follows or subs or anything that comes later, whatever. But for today, if you are not following, maybe hit us up. That'll make Maya happy when she looks at how many hours I streamed today and the fact that I got a couple of follows. Thank you for everyone who did during the run. And secondly, I would like you to stay on and make a lot of noise for Man Bear Nug, who's a really, really lovely guy. Probably doing some Cyrodiil as well, I can't quite tell. Looks like he's also doing Vengeance, but on the NA server. So let's head on over there in a moment. And look, saying true. One of the comments on my 959 video is like, subclassing so OP. Yeah, it's true, but also I was capable of sub 12 minutes runs even before update 45 and sub 11 in update 40. Yeah. So we've got about a minute to hang out here. Let's port out and see how much AP I earned. Ah, that's sweet. Maya's helping me to raid off, so I don't have to worry about it. But thank you all for your company today. It's been really nice getting back into it. My voice is a little bit... Check out this name. Bombadillo Crocodillo. ESO PvP is the best character names. Change my mind. But yeah, like I said, thanks a lot for hanging out today. Thanks to all of you who were hanging out in Tenfest as well. Oh shit, I missed it. 166,000. 167. So that was fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. Have fun. Catch you later.